Chapter 3390. Medicine Demon gave up the disguise because it was no longer necessary. Although the shadowless goo did not kill Ling Xiao, this was an opportunity for him to take revenge. Moreover, after killing Ling Xiao, he could immediately take away Ling Xiao's corpse. This would save him more time and effort than the previous plan. Stupid. Ling Xiao stopped. He knew that Medicine Demon would not run away, because Medicine Demon thought that he was more powerful than him. He would definitely seize this excellent opportunity to kill him. Yes, very stupid. Medicine Demon sneered. If you said that before the butcher tried to assassinate me, it would make sense. But now, do you think you are stronger than me? Ling Xiao released his boundary martial soul. Medicine Demon would not run away now, but it did not mean that he would not run away later. Since he had decided to kill Medicine Demon, using his boundary martial soul to keep him here was the best choice. He was not very worried about Dark Frost. With Dark Frost's strength, even if she could not defeat the Black Tortoise in the end, she would not die. Right now, what he needed to do was to kill Medicine Demon first. Then he would go and help Dark Frost. Whether it was Medicine Demon or the Black Tortoise, he did not plan to let them go. Medicine Demon had tried to kill him several times. The Black Tortoise even coveted the Ice Emperor's inheritance. If he did not kill them, they would become trouble. The current situation was actually the best because Yan Shifeng and the others were not there to interfere. Once those guys appeared, it would be difficult to find such an opportunity. In my opinion, you are no different from that day. You are still a piece of trash that relies on Darkfrost protection. Medicine Demon sneered and waved his hand. A strange wand appeared in his hand. The Soul Clan was good at secret techniques. The wand's enhancement of secret techniques was better than other weapons. Ordinary magic staffs were made of special materials that could amplify secret arts and soul power. After taking out the wand, Medicine Demon's martial soul appeared behind him. This martial soul was a huge golden silkworm goo. It was no wonder that the Medicine Demon was proficient in goo poison. Even his martial soul was transformed from the golden silkworm goo. This guy was really a difficult guy to deal with. If he didn't kill him now, he would definitely become a big problem in the future. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and the bloodthirsty demon sword appeared in his hand. Against Spirita's martial artists, the bloodthirsty demon sword was indeed more useful. Secret technique, poison kill. Right from the start, Medicine Demon had no intention of showing mercy. The golden silkworm, goo martial soul, behind him emitted a dazzling golden light. The staff in his hand released thick black smoke. The golden light merged with the thick smoke. Then, a huge black goo worm walked out of the void. It pounced on Ling Xiao at an astonishing speed. In the face of this sudden attack, Ling Xiao did not dare to meet it head-on, because if he went head-on without understanding the situation, it was very likely that something unexpected would happen. After all, his opponent was a 9th Division life-sizer. Moreover, he was proficient in goo poison. It was definitely not something that the butcher that night could compare to. Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps. Ling Xiao chose to dodge. Using the Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps, his entire body turned into a terrifying blizzard. Then, the huge black goo worm actually froze in the blizzard, although it only froze for a moment. But it was enough for Ling Xiao to destroy it. The bloodthirsty demon sword stabbed out, piercing through the black goo worm. Ha ha ha, you idiot! That goo worm is formed from soul power. Ordinary blades can't hurt it at all. Medicine Demon's laughter had just sounded out when it came to an abrupt stop, because right in front of him, the bloodthirsty demon's sword had sucked the goo worm dry. You keep calling me an idiot, but it's actually just because you're ignorant, right? Ling Xiao looked at Medicine Demon mockingly and said, This sword is called the Bloodthirsty Demon's Sword. It has another name, Soul Exalt Sword. Not to mention your goo worm. Even if you use all your soul secret techniques, you won't be able to escape its attack. I don't believe it. Soul secret technique. Insect swarm. The golden silkworm, Goo Marshall's soul, emitted light again. Thick smoke was released from the staff again. But this time, Medicine Demon's attack was more ferocious than before. About 100 densely packed goo worms tore through the void and appeared. Each of them was the result of condensing true essence and soul. Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps. Ling Xiao still didn't want to meet force with force. Instead, he chose to use the Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps. Blizzard filled the air. The swarm was all frozen. Then, Ling Xiao drew a bloody light with the bloodthirsty demon sword in his hand. This bloody light flew out in a flat surface and completely eliminated the swarm. What? Seeing this, Medicine Demon was even more shocked. You really did get the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. That movement technique just now should be the Elementary King level movement technique, Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps. I've read in a book before that if the Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps is combined with the Extreme Cold Field, the effect is even better than an Advanced King level movement technique. You're right. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Anyway, within the boundary martial soul, their words couldn't be transmitted. Moreover, the higher-ups of the Soul Palace knew that he had the secret of the Ice Emperor's inheritance. There was no need to hide it. Good. Very good. Now that I know you have this ability, I have to kill you even more. If I get the inheritance of the Ice Emperor, the Soul Palace will be mine. Medicine Demon was excited. He didn't feel depressed because of his previous 2 failed attacks, because those were just probing attacks. He just wanted to see if Ling Xiao really got the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. Now that he got the answer he wanted, he naturally couldn't continue probing. Soul Secret Technique. Rotten Corpse Worm Explosion. Medicine Demon started to attack crazily. This secret technique was already a king-level secret technique. As one of the 3 demons of the Soul Palace, it wasn't strange for him to have an elementary king-level secret technique. Although king-level martial arts were very rare, he was still a higher-up of the Soul Palace. Compared to the majority of martial artists, they had more convenient cultivation conditions. The power of this technique was absolutely terrifying. As soon as it was unleashed, black smoke began to rise up from the boundary martial soul. Then, the smoke transformed into tiny mosquitoes. Each one of those mosquitoes was capable of exploding. The power of the explosion was enough to injure a 9th Division life-sizer. If even one mosquito could do that, then there were over 1,000 of them. Even a 9th Division life-sizer wouldn't be able to escape from such an attack. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. Brat. From the very beginning, he had realized that Ling Xiao was only dodging and didn't dare to face him head-on. This made him mistakenly think that Ling Xiao was acting this way because he was afraid of him. Die. Ling Xiao, you're dead, and I'll take everything you own. Don't worry. I'll send that slut Darkfrost to hell with you. Medicine Demon's face twisted into a vicious expression. AI, since you know that I got the inheritance of the Ice Emperor, then you should know that I have the domain of extreme frigidity. Do you really think an attack like that will work on me? Chapter 3391. Realm of Frost. The Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps could no longer stop the attack of the corrosive insects. However, the Realm of Frost could completely crush them. As the Realm of Frost was activated, in the next moment, the dense swarm of insects was all frozen. Even the explosion could not be done. Ling Xiao walked leisurely in the Realm of Frost and used the bloodthirsty demonic sword to destroy all the insects. Is this your strongest attack? I don't think it's that strong. Ling Xiao looked at Medicine Demon and felt that he had tested him enough. Although Medicine Demon was strong, he could block any attack from Medicine Demon with the Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps and the Realm of Frost. Then, with the Bloodthirsty Demonic Sword, it would be easy to kill Medicine Demon. He did not even need to use Ice Age. On the other side, Medicine Demon's face became very ugly. Shut up. It's not that you are strong. It's that the Ice Emperor's inheritance is too strong. If it was me who got the Ice Emperor's inheritance, you wouldn't have been able to survive. Medicine Demon roared. Are you an idiot? If I didn't get the Ice Emperor's inheritance, you wouldn't have hunted me down, right? Ling Xiao mocked. As he spoke, his bloodthirsty demonic sword had begun to gather power. Medicine Demon felt the terrifying energy in the bloodthirsty demonic sword. He knew that he absolutely could not allow Ling Xiao to unleash his attack. So he began to attack wildly, hoping to stop the bloodthirsty demonic sword from releasing the sword move. However, what he did not expect was that Ling Xiao was actually able to multitask while condensing the sword move. He made a seal with his left hand and attacked him. Ghost Deity Seal. Martial arts techniques at the peak of the general level were also extremely tricky for the drug demon. Medicine Demon only knew one elementary king level martial skill. The rest of his strongest moves were only general level martial skills. Facing the Ghost Deity Seal of Perfection, he was completely at a disadvantage. Even today, most ancient martial art practitioners could only cultivate one type of martial art to the perfection realm. As for the perfection realm, it was completely up to fate. However, almost all of Ling Xiao's moves were cultivated to the perfection realm. Thus, even when facing a martial skill of the same level, his moves were able to firmly gain the upper hand. For a time, Medicine Demon was actually forced back by the Ghost Deity Seal. Impossible. You're only in the 7th division of life seizing. Medicine Demon was very surprised. Even if Ling Xiao's martial arts were at the transcendent state, his martial technique was only at the perfection stage. However, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's, and the result was that he kept retreating. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't make sense. Let me tell you something interesting. My beast soul transformation can increase my strength by 2 levels. In other words, you're not facing a 7th division life-sizer like me, but rather a 9th division life-sizer. Even if my cultivation base isn't high enough, my attack power is no weaker than a 9th division life-sizer's. Therefore, you will definitely die today. Ling Xiao dared to say this because he had full confidence in being able to exterminate Medicine Demon. He would not give Medicine Demon any chance to escape. Otherwise, it would still become a problem in the future. Soul, Exalt Ling, Heaven Sword. The bloodthirsty demonic sword's attack had been completely condensed. It was also an elementary king-class sword technique. However, with the bloodthirsty demonic sword, the Soul Exalt Ling Heaven Sword could definitely unleash the power of a mid-king class sword technique. All Medicine Demon could see was the image of a bloodthirsty sword. In that moment, he was filled with terror. Don't kill me. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. Medicine Demon was begging for mercy. Ling Xiao was very proud of himself for being able to make Medicine Demon, one of the 3 demons of Soul Hall, beg for mercy. Just a few days ago, he had been forced to use the power of his martial soul of the Tyrant Heavens to kill the Mirror Demon King against the Dragon Shark King. He had no choice but to use the bloodthirsty demonic rat's technique, which could kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 casualties. But today, he was facing Medicine Demon with ease. The unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation and the Soul Exalt Ling Heaven Sword were enough to make Medicine Demon beg, for mercy. He had truly gotten stronger. Don't kill you? Do you really think that's possible? Ling Xiao revealed a cold expression and said, actually, you wouldn't have died in the first place, but you've been courting death. If I don't kill you, do you think I, Ling Xiao, am an idiot? You can't kill me. I'm one of the 3 demons of Soul Hall, a noble of the inner hall. If you kill me, the Grand Elder won't let you off. Even Dark Frost can't protect you. The water of the 4 great factions is far deeper than you think. Do you really think Dark Frost is the strongest in Soul Hall? You're wrong. With those few old fellows around, he's not the strongest at all. Oh, I'm quite interested in this. Could it be that Soul Hall has an even stronger old fellow other than Yen Shifen? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Not only Soul Hall, but also Myriad Kingdom, Heavenly Emperor Dynasty, and Avenging Alliance. They all have more than what they show on the surface. Who doesn't have a few trump cards? Do you think you can contend against Soul Hall just by relying on them? Medicine Demon continued. You'd better let me go. Otherwise, if you anger the sleeping old monster, you definitely won't be able to live. Your Dark Frost won't be able to live either. Bluffing? Ling Xiao looked at Medicine Demon. Although he really wanted to think that the other party was bluffing, he could see that the other party was telling the truth from the other party's eyes. Scared, right? Hurry up and let me go, or else you all will die. Seeing the change in Ling Xiao's expression, Medicine Demon suddenly became cocky. Scared, but I'll still kill you. Ling Xiao's sword still stabbed out in the end. A blood-red sword light flashed past and pierced through Medicine Demon's throat. The life of one of Soul Hall's 3 demons came to an abrupt end. Soul Hall's old monsters? I really want to see how strong they are. Looking at Medicine Demon's corpse, Ling Xiao casually scooped up the other party's storage ring in his hand. There were quite a few good things in Medicine Demon's storage ring. A large number of precious medicinal herbs, and a treasure like shadowless goo. Although I disdain using goo, Yang Qi thought, since I've got it, I might as well keep it in reserve for when the time comes. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Shadowless voodoo could kill 9th Division life seizers in the blink of an eye. That would save him a lot of trouble. As for the medicinal herbs, they would be very helpful to his cultivation. There were also some precious fire-type medicinal herbs that he tossed into his beast ring for Little Gold to use for cultivation. Right now, Little Gold spent more time cultivating than it did fighting. But as long as it could help out in a critical battle, that would be enough. Therefore, Yang Qi had to get Little Gold stronger as quickly as possible. If the 4 great powers weren't as strong as they seemed on the surface, then Yang Qi would need even stronger helpers and even more power. He burned Medicine Demon's corpse to get rid of all evidence. After all, Medicine Demon was a high-ranking member of Soul Hall, and yet he was killed just like that. If Yen Shifeng and the others found out about it, they would definitely make a big fuss about it. Meanwhile, the battle between Dark Frost and the Xuanwu continued. Furthermore, the battle had reached a critical juncture. Now's the time. Chapter 3392. Bloody Plague. The terrifying Bloody Plague was unleashed. The black tortoise clearly felt uncomfortable all over. The terrifying germs entered his body, making him feel very uncomfortable. He had to use close to 10% of his strength to suppress it. This 10% of his strength might be negligible against ordinary warriors. But his opponent was Dark Frost. 10% of his strength could quickly put him at a disadvantage. Kid, what the hell are you doing? The black tortoise finally began to feel fear. He had always looked down on Ling Xiao, but only now did he know that this kid's methods could make him feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to answer. Dark Frost intensified her attacks. The black tortoise finally couldn't hold on any longer. "You two brats, just wait. I'll go back and rest for a while. Both of you will die." The black tortoise dived into the water, trying to hide at the bottom. However, how could Ling Xiao give him the chance? He directly used the shadowless goo. The black tortoise couldn't react in time. After all, they were only 10 meters away. The shadowless goo directly hit the black tortoise. The black tortoise's body directly stiffened. It was as if it was suffering from a serious illness. The shadowless goo couldn't kill the black tortoise, but it could injure the black tortoise and even cause it to stiffen temporarily. "Girl, kill it!" Ling Xiao roared. Actually, there was no need for him to shout. Dark Frost had already launched a fatal attack. The terrifying attack landed on the black tortoise's snake head and directly shattered it. Then, Dark Frost continued to attack. Although the black tortoise could already move, it became very slow due to the influence of the shadowless goo. It was crazily attacked by Dark Frost. Before it could dive into the water, it was completely killed. F***CK, how can I die? The black tortoise simply couldn't understand. It was a demonic beast at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. Its combat strength was comparable to the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. But it died just like that. Before it died, it even glared at Ling Xiao viciously. It was a pity that its gaze couldn't kill. Ling Xiao didn't care. He put the black tortoise's corpse into the mountain river world. The canopy beast, martial soul, could no longer keep up with his cultivation. As for the black tortoise, it could be converted into a beast soul and fused with the canopy beast soul. Let the canopy beast level up. This could be considered an unexpected gain. Moreover, the black tortoise's demon core was enough for Ling Xiao to accumulate a large amount of potential. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough potential in his body and not being able to make a breakthrough. After experiencing 2 battles, although both were very dangerous, they ended in victory in the end. Ling Xiao and Dark Frost originally planned on resting a bit before returning to Soul Palace. After all, the battle between Dark Frost and the Black Tortoise was too intense. Perhaps many of the experts in the Green Zone had already sensed it. It would be unwise to stay here any longer. Just as the two were about to leave, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled bitterly and said, "It's too late." He frowned. He could feel that dozens of powerful auras were approaching. Most of them were 8th Division Life Seizers. However, there were quite a few 9th Division Life Seizers as well. Although he couldn't reach the level of the 3 devils, he was still extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, the entire Lake Xuanwu was surrounded. In addition to the Soul Palace experts, there were also quite a few neutral martial artists. Ling Xiao had no idea that there were 9th Division Life Seizers among the neutral martial artists. From the look of it, everyone had been hiding their cultivation bases while waiting outside the necropolis of the god, Necropolis. But now that they were in the primeval necropolis, there was no need to hide their cultivation bases. After all, the stronger you were, the fewer people who would dare to attack you. "Hurry up and recover, girl," Yang Qi said. "With you here, we'll be safe." Ling Xiao gave Dark Frost a reincarnation, heaven-breaching pill. This pill could restore one's true essence, and it could also promote one's cultivation. Even a reincarnation god-level expert would have a chance of breaking through after using it. As long as Dark Frost continued to grow stronger, he would be safe. Of course, the chances of a breakthrough were slim, so recovering was the most important thing. If things didn't work out, Ling Xiao planned to reveal the Ice Age. After all, the Ice Age belonged to him now. Although he couldn't control it, it could appear and protect him on its own accord. If someone wanted him dead, it wouldn't be easy. More and more people were heading toward Lake Xuanwu. Ling Xiao could sense that there were nearly 10,000 people here. In addition to the neutral martial artists, almost all of the Soul Palace experts were here. However, he didn't see any of the old freaks that the medicine devil had mentioned. At least they weren't here. Otherwise, things would be even more troublesome. Someone must have heard the black tortoise's voice. If that wasn't the case, Ling Xiao really couldn't understand why the neutral martial artists were here. Furthermore, the way these people looked at him was filled with intense greed and desire. He wasn't a virgin, so it was only natural that they wouldn't be interested in him. So what were they interested in? It had to be the legacy of the Ice Emperor. With Black Tortoise's loud voice, it was likely that everyone in the green zone could hear it clearly. Although Dark Frost was right next to Ling Xiao, those greedy gazes ignored her. Greed could really cover up fear and drive people crazy. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had seen this. What are you guys trying to do? Ling Xiao looked at the Soul Palace crowd and asked coldly. Yan Shifeng glanced at Dark Frost, who was recovering, and then at Ling Xiao. He knew that he had to change his previous plan. Previously, only the upper echelons of the Soul Palace knew that Ling Xiao had the Ice Emperor's legacy. Therefore, even if they couldn't get it for the time being, they could still make further plans. However, things were different now. Now, the Black Tortoise had told everyone in the green zone that Ling Xiao had the Ice Emperor's legacy, even though the Soul Palace occupied this place. If the neutral martial artists of the green zone joined forces, they would still be a terrifying force. If the Ice Emperor's legacy fell into the hands of those people, the losses would outweigh the gains. Therefore, Yan Shifeng was prepared to snatch the Ice Emperor's legacy from Ling Xiao's hands now. Thinking of this, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, everyone knows that you have the Ice Emperor's legacy. Although this old man knew about it before, because others didn't, you were still safe. After all, this old man wouldn't covet your things. But now, everyone in the green zone knows that you have the Ice Emperor's legacy. You are in a very dangerous situation. The Ice Emperor's legacy is one of the inheritances of the 8 great imperial mausoleum. The owner could even create powerful forces like the Soul Palace and Wan Country. Therefore, it was inevitable that others would covet it. Among the people who came today, there were quite a few who were greedy. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to stay in the green zone safely. Therefore, this old man hopes that you can temporarily store the Ice Emperor's legacy in my Soul Palace. When you are strong enough, it won't be too late to return it to you. Chapter 3393. I think Hall Master Darkfrost should also understand this old man's painstaking efforts. As the saying goes, wealth moves people's hearts. The Ice Emperor's inheritance is even more of a supreme treasure. To Ling Xiao, it's not something good. It's a hot potato, or even a disaster. One had to accept it. Yan Shifeng, this guy, really knew how to talk. His words were clear and logical, and even pompous. He clearly wanted to snatch the Ice Emperor's inheritance from Ling Xiao's hands. But in the end, it seemed like he wanted to help Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had seen many shameless people. This Yan Shifeng could also be considered one of the best. Hearing Yan Shifeng's words, those neutral martial artists were naturally unhappy in their hearts. Once the Ice Emperor's inheritance fell into the hands of Soul Hall, then Soul Hall would become even more powerful. They would also lose all of their opportunities. Dealing with Ling Xiao was fine, but dealing with Soul Hall? Don't joke around. That was no different from courting death. Therefore, what they were most worried about now was Ling Xiao handing the Ice Emperor's inheritance to Yan Shifeng. If that really happened, they would completely lose contact with the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Shifeng coldly and suddenly said with a smile, Many thanks for Soul Hall's Grand Elder's concern, but there's no need for that. Whoever wants the Ice Emperor's inheritance can come directly to me. I'd like to see who in the green zone is stronger than the black tortoise. If you're not afraid of death, you can come together. His voice gradually became gloomy and cold. Killing a medicine demon was killing. Killing a black tortoise was killing. Killing a group of people was also killing. Since he, Ling Xiao, wanted to become a top powerhouse in the immemorial divine tomb, he absolutely could not be afraid. Handing over the Ice Emperor's inheritance now, seeking temporary peace, don't joke around. That would only ruin his opportunity to become stronger. From then on, he would fall behind those powerhouses who possessed the Emperor's tomb's inheritance. How could he possibly do something like that? If he went all out, he might not necessarily lose. But if he admitted defeat now, he would definitely lose. Ling Xiao, don't be so ungrateful. My grandfather is doing this for your own good. Yama shouted, "You're just a 6th division life-sizer. Anyone here could kill you." He even dared to dream of obtaining the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Do you really think you're invincible? Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want the Ice Emperor's legacy, just do it. All right, I just killed Medicine Demon today. If you kill Yama, I don't know where your Soul Palace's face will be. Originally, he had planned to hide the fact that he had killed the Medicine Demon. However, now that the Ice Emperor's legacy had been exposed, there was no need to hide Medicine Demon's death. On the contrary, he could intimidate a group of people if he said it out loud. As expected, the expressions of many neutral martial artists changed drastically when they heard that Medicine Demon had been killed. All of a sudden, they thought back to the day when Ling Xiao had slaughtered the Whale Gang, including the Butcher. That kid is not to be trifled with. He might only be in the 6th division of life seizing, but he killed the 8th division Butcher. 8th division, life seizers shouldn't send themselves to their deaths. That's right. That kid must have already gained some enlightenment of the Ice Emperor's legacy. He's definitely strong enough to fight people above his level. That day, I saw Tribulation Lightning. Who knows, maybe he's already broken through. He's probably not in the 6th division, but in the 7th. If that's the case, then it's possible that he killed Medicine Demon. After all, a 6th division life-sizer can kill an 8th division life-sizer. 7th division life-seizers can kill 9th division life-seizers, and 7th division life-seizers can kill 9th division life-seizers as well. Everyone was discussing fervently. They were indeed frightened by Ling Xiao's words. However, there were still some who were brave enough to do so. What a bunch of cowards. I can't believe some 7th division life-sizer scumbag would scare them like this. I refuse to believe this. Hurry up and hand over the Ice Emperor's legacy, kid. If you don't, I'll kill you. He was tall and burly, fully 3 meters tall, and wielded a horse-slaying saber that was stained with blood. Although it was hard to say whether or not he was doing it on purpose, he didn't wipe the blood away. Clearly, he was trying to intimidate his enemies. His cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th division of life-seizing, similar to the Butcher's. That's Wild Luo. He sparred with the Butcher before, and they were evenly matched. Wild Luo's horse-slaying saber could kill a bloodthirsty with a single blow. Who knows, he might actually be able to kill Ling Xiao. Quite a few people knew how strong Wild Luo was, and therefore had some confidence in him. If you want the Ice Emperor's legacy, come and get it. Ling Xiao curled his finger at Wild Luo, beckoning him over. You dare to look down on me? Wild Luo wanted to attack, but when he saw Dark Frost standing next to Ling Xiao, he hesitated. Don't worry, Sect Lord Dark Frost won't make a move. Ling Xiao sneered. You want the Ice Emperor's legacy, and you're scared to death? What a coward! Wild Luo let out a bestial howl. Then his body began to transform, and he transformed into a gorilla. Obviously, this was his beast spirit. Unfortunately, his beast spirit transformation was so ugly that it couldn't even compare to Ling Xiao's beast spirit transformation. That said, Wild Luo's beast spirit transformation was still very strong. Ling Xiao could sense that Wild Luo was at least 5 times as strong as before, although he still wasn't as strong as a 9th Division life-sizer. But he was very close. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen from the Hall of Souls. The Ice Emperor's legacy belongs to me, Wild Luo. Although he was strong, he was a complete idiot. He didn't even consider that with so many experts around, even if he killed Ling Xiao and got the Ice Emperor's legacy, he would still be in the Hall of Souls. Did he really think he could just take it away? Yan Shifeng didn't say anything in response. After all, he wanted Wild Luo to test Ling Xiao's strength. If Ling Xiao dared to act so arrogantly, then he must have some special technique up his sleeve. Otherwise, how could a 7th Division life-sizer be so arrogant? Howling, Wild Luo gripped his horse-slaying saber with both hands and slashed it toward Ling Xiao. Barbarian saber technique, landslide. Howling, Wild Luo's horse-slaying saber seemed to rip apart space itself. Fissures appeared in the air as the saber slashed down. The huge saber chi slashed towards Ling Xiao without any deviation. Ling Xiao is going to use the Ice Emperor's legacy, right? Definitely. I bet he used the Ice Emperor's legacy to avoid Butcher's attack. Everyone was staring at Ling Xiao, waiting to see what Ling Xiao was going to do next. However, they were disappointed. Ling Xiao didn't do anything. He just stood there, as if he were scared witless. He didn't move at all. Wild Luo's horse-slaying saber slashed down toward Ling Xiao's head. Everyone was startled. No way. He died so easily, even as everyone was wondering what was going on. A huge boom rang out. It was as if the horse-slaying saber had slammed into steel. Wild Luo was sent flying backward. Fire even sputtered from the top of Ling Xiao's head. Holy crap! What's his head made of? How could it be so hard? Many people were flabbergasted. They had thought of countless possibilities, but this was the only one they hadn't expected. Ling Xiao didn't move at all. He just let Wild Luo attack him, and yet Wild Luo couldn't even slice his head open. That was too ridiculous. Chapter 3394. Impossible. Barbarian Luo was also dumbfounded. I say, Barbarian Luo, did you not eat, or were your hands and feet softened by a woman? Your attack is so useless. Someone mocked. Shut up, what do you know? Barbarian Luo was very flustered in his heart. That attack just now, he confirmed that it was aimed to kill Ling Xiao. But he never expected that it would end up like that. This was too inconceivable. What, you're scared? Ling Xiao ridiculed. He now had the king, level middle grade black, tortoise divine body, plus the Ice Age defense. It was already close to high grade king, level defense martial art. Even if he stood here and let Barbarian Luo hack, there would be no problem. Scared? Bullshit. That attack just now doesn't count. Barbarian Luo waved the saber in his hand again and rushed towards Ling Xiao. This time, he erupted with several times more power than before. It could be seen that in order to kill Ling Xiao, he was going all out. However, the result was even more embarrassing than before. Ling Xiao gently stretched out his right hand, and 2 fingers clamped that violent saber. It made Barbarian Luo unable to move. Let go of me. Barbarian Luo roared. Let go of you? Okay. Ling Xiao sneered, exerted force in his hand, and reversed the saber, directly chopping Barbarian Luo's head. In that instant, red and white splashed out, as if a cloth dyeing workshop had opened, and Barbarian Luo also fell into a pool of blood amidst a painful roar. completely losing his breath. Barbarian Luo was killed. For a moment, the audience was silent. After a long time, someone couldn't help but discuss. He didn't use the Ice Emperor's inheritance at all and killed Barbarian Luo. This kind of strength, how many of us can do it? I think it's better to forget it. For the Ice Emperor's inheritance, it's really not worth it to lose your life in the end. Everyone spoke one after another. Among the neutral martial artists, nearly 90% of them were ready to give up, although greed could cover up fear. But it couldn't cover up death. Ling Xiao killing Barbarian Luo was done in front of these people. How could they possibly not be terrified? However, even though these people had given up, they still planned to continue watching today's show. They were really interested in what would happen to Ling Xiao. After all, how could Soul Palace let go of such an arrogant person? However, Ling Xiao had Dark Frost's protection. What should Soul Palace do? Could it be that he would fall out with his own palace master? Looking at the corpse on the ground, Yama frowned. Did you really kill Medicine Demon? So what if I am? Ling Xiao asked. If that's the case, then you're Soul Palace's enemy. Even if Dark Frost doesn't know any better, she can't protect you. Yama said coldly. Hee, if you want the inheritance of the Ice Emperor, just say it. Why do you have to accuse me of something else? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. According to your logic, if Medicine Demon comes to kill me, I can only be killed by him. I can't even fight back. Humph, it's your one-sided story again. There's no proof. Yama snorted coldly. I killed Medicine Demon. At this moment, Dark Frost stood up. She had completely recovered and felt that her cultivation was about to break through. The battle with the Black Tortoise had benefited her greatly. In addition to Ling Xiao's reincarnation heaven-breaking pill, she already had faint signs of breaking through. Palace Master Yan Shifeng frowned and sighed in his heart. As expected, in Dark Frost's eyes, Ling Xiao's position had already surpassed Soul Palace. Why? Yama shouted. Why does Palace Master want to kill his own people? Why? Dark Frost said coldly. I remember clearly saying that I'll kill whoever dares to touch Ling Xiao. Medicine Demon hired assassins to kill Ling Xiao. I already spared his life because he's a higher-up of Soul Palace. However, he didn't repent and used shadowless goo to kill Ling Xiao. I naturally want to kill him. Since when can the words of the Palace Master be ignored? Do you really think that I, Dark Frost, am a hired thug of your inner palace? If it weren't for those old fellows, do you believe that I wouldn't abolish your inner palace's privileges right now? At this moment, Dark Frost spoke without holding back. This made Yan Shifeng's old face very unsightly. Grand Elder, this outer palace martial artist is no longer suitable to be our Soul Palace's palace master. Please dismiss her immediately. Someone suddenly suggested. This suggestion immediately received the support of many people. For a moment, the scene was very chaotic. However, Yan Shifeng's face was very unsightly. Dismiss Dark Frost? This group of idiots. With Dark Frost's current strength, if she was willing to serve Soul Palace, she would be their greatest reliance. It didn't matter even if they couldn't obtain the Ice Emperor's inheritance. After all, they already had the Soul Emperor's inheritance. Now, this group of idiots actually wanted to dismiss Dark Frost for the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Wouldn't this mean that Ming Shuang would be kicked out of Soul Palace? How could they drive out such a strong fighting strength? This was too stupid. For the first time, he felt ashamed for the inner palace people. What kind of trash were they? Sure enough, as Dark Frost said, the inner palace had completely degenerated after thousands of years of peace. Shut up, all of you, Yan Shifeng roared. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Yan Shifeng to be so furious. For a moment, they were a little stunned. In the past, they followed Yan Shifeng blindly. However, they couldn't understand today's matter. The Ice Emperor's inheritance was right in front of them. Didn't they want it? Grandfather, please delay Dark Frost. We will take the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Yama was the first to rebel. Yan Shifeng felt that he couldn't control the situation anymore. As for Ming Shuang and Ling Xiao, they merely looked coldly at these pieces of trash who only cared about immediate benefits. Yan Shifeng originally wanted to stop Yama. However, he didn't expect Yama to attack as soon as he finished speaking. Following Yama's attack were many of the inner palace's upper echelons. They all pounced towards Ling Xiao. Yan Shifeng was helpless. He could only attack Dark Frost. This was because he didn't want his grandson to die. Since that was the case, he had to delay Dark Frost. This was also Yama's plan. Unfortunately, the plan was great. However, it was just an armchair strategist. Yan Shifeng didn't expect this even in his dreams. The current him couldn't even block a single attack from Dark Frost. Dark Frost's left hand sent Yan Shifeng flying. Her right hand directly killed several inner palaces' upper echelons. However, she still showed mercy to Yama. This was because Dark Frost knew the situation in Soul Palace. Once Yama was killed, those old guys would definitely make a move. However, even so, Yama was heavily injured. He couldn't even stand up. So powerful. Everyone watched this scene with their mouths agape. I've long heard that Soul Palace's master is extremely terrifying. I thought she was about the same strength as Grand Elder. Now it seems that Grand Elder isn't on the same level as her at all. Ling Xiao has this woman's protection. Who can be her opponent? Dark Frost didn't pursue. Instead, she coldly looked at Yan Shifeng, who was crawling up, and said, "Don't force me to be ruthless. Today, I'll put my words here. Ling Xiao is Dark Frost's subordinate. The Ice Emperor's inheritance also belongs to Soul Palace. Whoever dares to snatch it will become my enemy and Soul Palace's enemy." Chapter 3395. Dark Frost could be said to be the strongest person in the green zone right now. If those so-called old monsters did not come out, no one could deal with her. Furthermore, in Yan Shifeng's view, even if those few old monsters of the Soul Hall came out, they might not be able to suppress this little girl. Unless he was able to use that treasure. But that treasure could only be used once a year. Once it failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, Yan Shifeng absolutely would not use it. Dark Frost released the powerful aura of a reincarnation divine realm martial artist, practically enveloping a radius of several dozen miles. All the martial artists present, regardless of whether they were Soul Hall martial artists or neutral martial artists, were all suppressed until they could not catch their breath. Some of the weaker ones actually started vomiting blood already. Although they would not die for a while, they were really frightened. Ling Xiao knew that this was not just a simple aura, but the soul-devouring domain that Dark Frost obtained from the Soul Emperor's inheritance. It was the same as the extreme cold domain, but much more powerful. At that moment, Ling Xiao could feel it. In this soul-devouring domain, Dark Frost was the ruler. She was a god. Unless the opponent also had a domain or was stronger than her, otherwise, inside this domain, one could only be slaughtered. This domain did not take the initiative to restrain Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao still felt that it was powerful and terrifying. He felt that his cultivation was still too low. If his cultivation could reach Dark Frost's level, then his extreme cold domain would also have such a powerful effect. Other than him and Yan Shifeng, everyone in this soul-devouring domain knelt down. "Spare us! Spare us!" They howled in pain. And Yan Shifeng's expression was also very ugly. Similarly, As a reincarnation divine realm martial artist, he was also suppressed until he could not catch his breath. Even if he did not kneel down right now, he believed that as long as this soul-devouring domain continued, he would probably have to kneel down too. Too terrifying. In the Soul Hall, only two people comprehended the essence of the Soul Emperor's inheritance. One was Darkfrost, and the other was Lung Qiuyan. In any case, Yen Shifeng wasn't able to comprehend the soul-devouring domain. Many people thought that they would be able to inherit some kind of legacy. That was not the case. Without sufficient comprehension ability, one would not be able to obtain the acknowledgement of the inheritance. You might get something out of it, but you won't get the essence. Thinking of this, Yen Shifeng could not help but sigh. If the Soul Emperor's inheritance was like this, then presumably the Ice Emperor's inheritance would also be like this. Even if he exhausted all his schemes and finally obtained the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he would still be able to do so. Could he really comprehend it? This was really a question mark. Hall Master, please retract your divine ability. We know we were wrong. Thinking of this, Yen Shifeng said, although his grandson Yama's aptitude was not bad, compared to Darkfrost, he was still a far cry. There was no need to fall out with Darkfrost for the sake of the Ice Emperor's inheritance. That was not worth it. Darkfrost gave Yen Shifeng a cold glance before slowly putting away the soul-devouring domain. She looked coldly at those people who had not recovered until now and said, regardless of whether it's the outer hall or inner hall martial artists, you all best remember one thing clearly. I, Darkfrost, am the Soul Hall's master. Today, you all dared to be disrespectful to me. This is just a small lesson. Next time, it won't be so easy. I'm someone who has experienced countless kinds of painful punishments before surviving. My temper isn't very good. You all mustn't provoke me. I can let the Soul Hall flourish until now, and I can also destroy the Soul Hall overnight. You all should understand that I have the ability to do this. Darkfrost's cold words made the Soul Hall's people's hearts tremble nonstop. Fortunately, Darkfrost did not turn hostile and be heartless today. Otherwise, under that soul-devouring domain, just now, who could survive? Even the dignified Grand Elder, Yen Shifeng, had to lower his head. What could the others do? It was Yama's first time truly feeling Darkfrost's terror. Up until now, he was still kneeling on the ground, unable to stand up. His legs were sore, and his heart was filled with fear. The feeling just now was as if he was thrown into an endless sea. The seawater kept pouring into his body, making it impossible for him to breathe. He struggled with all his might, but found that he could not move his body. He never wanted to experience that kind of terrifying nightmare again in his life. However, the soul-devouring domain's terror also made the greed in Yama's heart even stronger. If the soul-devouring domain is like this, then the extreme cold domain should also be incomparably powerful. If I can obtain it, wouldn't I soar to the heavens? Yama was not as calm as Yen Shifeng. He only knew that he wanted to obtain the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Moreover, he also believed that he could comprehend the Ice Emperor's inheritance. He believed that his talent was much stronger than Ling Zhao's. Thinking of this, he finally could not hold back his impulse and suddenly stood up. "Palace Master, I have something to say." Yama roared. Hearing this, Yen Shifeng was shocked. Darkfrost had just retracted the soul-devouring domain, and Yama did not know what was good for him. What would he do if he really angered Darkfrost? He was extremely worried in his heart. "What do you want to say?" Darkfrost looked coldly at Yama. This Yama, she really wanted to kill him. However, considering that Ling Zhao was still there, she suppressed this thought. She could escape after killing Yama. However, it was not so easy to bring Ling Zhao along. Let's hear what this guy has to say first. Yama straightened his neck and walked out of the crowd. Then he looked at Darkfrost and said, "Palace Master, you just said that Ling Xiao is one of your people? The Ice Emperor's inheritance belongs to the Soul Palace. Is this true?" "It's true." "So what?" Darkfrost could not guess what this guy wanted to say. However, Ling Xiao already had a bad feeling. This Yama was not an idiot. He would not stand up and throw away his life. The reason why he stood up should be because he thought of a brilliant plan. If that's the case, according to the Soul Palace's rules, the inheritance item can only be obtained by the most outstanding martial artist. In the past, the Soul Emperor's inheritance was like this. You, who obtain the inheritance, are the strongest and most qualified person in the Soul Palace. Since the Ice Emperor's inheritance also belongs to the Soul Palace, shouldn't we also follow the rules? Yama felt that he was really too smart. How did he come up with such a good reason? Now, let's see what Darkfrost and Ling Xiao have to say. Darkfrost looked indifferently at Yama. To be honest, Yama's question was really unexpected. She had only said that to protect Ling Xiao. Never could she have guessed that Yama would use it against her. That said, she was the lord of the Soul Palace and had encountered all sorts of storms. That's right. The Ice Emperor's inheritance does belong to the Soul Palace, but it also belongs to Ling Xiao. The Ice Emperor's inheritance has long since acknowledged Ling Xiao as its master. Even if someone else obtains it, it won't be of any use to them. Also, you need to be careful. According to the rules, the inheritance item is not given to the strongest person. If it's given to the strongest person, then the eccentrics in the Soul Palace are the most qualified. The inheritance item must first acknowledge a master. Only then will the person it acknowledges be qualified to compete for it. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's cultivation base is only in the 7th Division of Life Seizing, but he killed 8th Division Life Seizers, the Butcher, and the Barbarian Civ. He's not weak. Chapter 3396. Yama smiled and said, "Hallmaster's words are reasonable. How about this? Let's let the Ice Emperor's inheritance choose its successor now. The chosen inheritors would battle it out. Whoever wins will get the Ice Emperor's inheritance. How about it? I admit that Ling Xiao has some strength, but he's still too weak. If the Ice Emperor's inheritance falls into his hands, it will be taken away by others sooner or later. Why don't we have a fair competition? It's good for everyone." He didn't refute Darkfrost and always put himself on the side of righteousness. It was as if doing as he said represented fairness. Darkfrost's expression was very ugly. In terms of scheming, she was indeed not Yama's opponent. At this moment, she was already filled with killing intent. Regardless of whether it was reasonable or not, the Ice Emperor's inheritance was Ling Xiao's. No one could take it away. However, she had to admit that Yama's words forced her into a moral passive position. If she forcefully protected Ling Xiao, it wasn't impossible, but she probably wouldn't be able to stay in Soul Hall in the future. Even the Soul Emperor's inheritance would be taken away. After thinking about it, she decided to fight. At worst, she would just leave. Who cared? As long as there was Ling Xiao. She didn't care about Soul Hall. She was about to speak, but was stopped by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that in terms of scheming, Darkfrost was definitely not Yama's opponent. At this moment, it was time for him to enter the stage. He looked at Yama and said, "You're blabbering a bunch of nonsense. In the end, don't you think I'm not worthy of the Ice Emperor's inheritance? What do you want? Just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. And don't make yourself seem like a representative of justice. It makes me feel disgusted." Choked by Ling Xiao's words, Yama almost flew into a rage again. However, he endured it in the end and sneered, "Since you're so straightforward, then it's simple. If you can beat me, I won't say another word about the inheritance of the Ice Emperor. And if you lose, I must have a share of the Ice Emperor's legacy. I won't forcibly deprive you of the right to comprehend the inheritance, but we have to comprehend it together. Ha! Can you represent the entire Soul Palace? Do I have to fight someone else after winning against you? Do you think I have nothing better to do? Ling Xiao sneered. Don't worry, I can naturally represent the entire Soul Palace. Don't you think so? Yama turned around and asked. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Yama was Yen Shifeng's grandson and a 9th Division life-sizer. Whether it was in terms of power or strength, he was qualified to represent them. How is it? They had already made their stance clear. If you win against me, you win against everyone. In the future, if anyone dares to have any ideas about the Ice Emperor's legacy, not even I, Yama, will let them get away with it. Yama spoke as if he were a righteous man, an emissary of justice. Inwardly, he was very happy. He felt as if he had forced Ling Xiao into a corner. Other than fighting him, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Are you kidding me? The Ice Emperor's legacy is mine. Why would I use it as a wager? Isn't this very unfair to me? Do you really think I'm an idiot? If you want a wager, sure, but only if you use the Soul Emperor's legacy. Not only did Ling Xiao want the Ice Emperor's legacy, but he also wanted the Soul Emperor's legacy. After all, his soul power was incomparably powerful. The Soul Emperor's legacy was very important to him. When Yama heard that, he was stunned. Ling Xiao's words had turned defeat into victory, leaving him speechless. He didn't have the qualifications to use the Soul Emperor's legacy as a wager. Therefore, he could only look at Yen Shifeng. Yen Shifeng was also in a difficult position. The ownership of the Soul Emperor's legacy belonged to those old monsters. He didn't have the qualifications to use it as a wager. This grandson of his was really stupid. He had directly put him on the fire to roast, then used the Soul Emperor's legacy as a wager. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. He couldn't see the person, but the voice was very clear. Old ancestor. Yen Shifeng hurriedly knelt in that direction. Let's bet. Perhaps you can bet the future of Soul Hall. The voice said again. Many thanks, old ancestor. Hearing this voice, Yama was very excited. Finally, he had enough to bet. Like this, he wasn't afraid that Ling Xiao would go back on his word. In fact, he was wrong. Why would Ling Xiao go back on his word? With such a good opportunity to obtain the Soul Emperor's legacy, he couldn't ask for anything more. You can bet, but there must be a rule. The wager will be held 10 days later. There will be a buffer period. In addition, Ling Xiao can't use anything from the Ice Emperor's legacy. Otherwise, it won't be fair. The voice continued. It turned out that this old thing had already thought of how to restrict Ling Xiao. But he didn't know that what Ling Xiao relied on the most right now wasn't the Ice Emperor's legacy. He had something more terrifying than the Ice Emperor's legacy. But even so, Ling Xiao wasn't stupid enough to give up his advantage. If you want me to give up the Ice Emperor's legacy, you should at least give me some compensation, right? He looked into the distance. Although the person in the distance was very strong, he felt that he was at most at the level of Dark Frost. He wasn't particularly afraid. Impudent! How dare you talk to the old ancestor like that? Yama roared. Old ancestor! There's no need for him to give up anything. Even if he has the Ice Emperor's legacy, I won't lose. Shut up, Yen Shifeng said angrily. This stupid grandson. I naturally have my reasons for saying that. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing that Yen Shifeng was angry, Yama shut his mouth. The voice continued. I can give you compensation. Weapons, beast cores, pills, martial techniques. Just tell me what you need. Ling Xiao, of course, understood that there was still a limit to what he could ask for. It wasn't that the other party would give him whatever he wanted. Otherwise, he would directly ask for the Soul Emperor's legacy. So he thought about it. He didn't lack pills, and the other party probably couldn't take out anything good. As for martial techniques, he already had the 9 supreme sword arts and the Ice Emperor's legacy, so he didn't need them. As for beast cores, he could hunt for them. There was also no need for them. Then I'll ask for a weapon. If the old ancestor has the 9 Supremes' treasured swords, I'm very interested in getting them. Ling Xiao said in a clear voice, "Here you go." A cold light came from afar. It was extremely fast. With Ling Xiao's strength, it was impossible for him to block it. Obviously, this old thing was deliberately making things difficult for Ling Xiao. Extreme cold domain. Ordinary people couldn't block it, but it was different in the extreme cold domain. From the soul-devouring domain, Ling Xiao also received some enlightenment and gained more experience in the use of the extreme cold domain. The sword light suddenly shot over and plunged into the domain of extreme cold. Then it rapidly slowed down. Wind, snow, ice ceiling steps. Immediately after, Ling Xiao used the wind, snow, ice ceiling steps and moved around in the extreme cold domain. The sword light chased him for more than a minute before it was finally caught in his hand. "Oh, it's the 7-star sword. Thank you." Ling Xiao now had the Fire Supreme Sword, Ice Supreme Sword, Soul Supreme Sword, Bloodthirsty Demon Sword, Snake Supreme Sword, and 7-star Sword. Chapter 3397. Currently, Ling Xiao's 9 Supreme Sword Arts were Supreme Fire's Blazing Sky Sword Art, Supreme Ice's Freezing Sky Sword Art, and Supreme Soul's Spirit Heaven Sword Art. Among the weapons he obtained, there was also the Supreme Snake Sword and the 7-star Sword. If he could obtain more suitable materials, he would be able to cultivate even more of the 9 sovereigns' sword techniques. At that time, even if his cultivation didn't increase, his combat strength would skyrocket. Good boy, you're good. However, this extreme cold domain is really powerful. A sword is not a loss. That voice seemed to be talking to himself. The reason why he was testing wasn't to test Ling Xiao, but to test the Ice Emperor's inheritance. If Ling Xiao couldn't use the Ice Emperor's inheritance, then Yama's chances of winning would be very high. After all, he had to gamble with the Soul Emperor's inheritance. That old man didn't dare to be careless. "Now, can you agree to fight with Yama?" That voice said. "Of course." 10 days later, on this Black Tortoise Lake, I will fight with Yama. If I win, I will obtain the Soul Emperor's inheritance. If I lose, I will give the Ice Emperor's inheritance to Yama. Is that okay? He said loudly. "All right, since that's the case, you guys can continue. This old man is leaving." That voice disappeared. At this moment, Yama was incomparably excited. Although the battle hadn't started yet, Ling Xiao had already taken advantage of him and obtained a good item like the 7-star sword. However, it didn't matter. Anyway, the battle had been set. 10 days later, it would be Ling Xiao's death date. Boy, you better remember what you promised the old ancestor. If you go back on your word, even Hall Master Darkfrost can't protect you. Yama looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. "Hee, I'm afraid that you won't dare to come. How about this? The battle in 10 days will be changed to a life and death battle. No regrets. No one is allowed to find trouble with the other." "You dare?" Ling Xiao looked at Yama and laughed. "I couldn't ask for more." Yama agreed without hesitation. What kind of joke was this? He had always wanted to find a way to kill Ling Xiao. Just obtaining the inheritance of the Ice Emperor was definitely not enough. Only by killing Ling Xiao could he dispel the hatred in his heart. Besides, now that Ling Xiao was dead, Darkfrost had no one to protect. In the end, wouldn't she be his woman? Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to bring up the opportunity that he had been looking for. He would be a fool if he didn't agree. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Just betting the Ice Emperor's legacy is already unbelievable. What is Ling Xiao thinking? That's right, he actually dared to gamble with his life? Does he really think that he can defeat Lord Yama in 10 days? Hee, who cares? Let's just watch the show. That idiot. It's clear that Hall Master Darkfrost is protecting him. Even if he doesn't agree, no one can do anything about it. But he is arrogant and ignorant. He actually agreed to this bet. He's doomed. That's right. In 10 days, Ling Xiao will definitely die. At that time, our Soul Hall will have 2 inheritances of the ancient emperor. We will become even stronger. Regardless of whether they were neutral or Soul Hall members, the majority naturally supported Yama. There was no doubt about this. However, Ling Xiao felt that these conversations were laughable. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, completely unaware of the situation outside. If you knew that I killed the Mirror Demon King, if you knew that I defeated the Koi King, if you knew that I snatched the Ice Emperor's legacy from the Dragon Shark King, if you knew that I was the one who killed the Medicine Demon and not Darkfrost, you probably wouldn't be so happy. Darkfrost looked at Ling Xiao with some worry and said, "Actually, you don't have to do this. I can protect you." "Girl, you don't believe me either?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Don't forget that I killed the Medicine Demon alone. But they don't allow you to use the Ice Emperor's legacy. Moreover, Yama's fighting strength is several times stronger than the Medicine Demon's." Darkfrost was still a little worried. "Don't worry. There's no possibility of losing this battle," Ling Xiao said confidently. Looking at Ling Xiao's confident expression and resolute eyes, Darkfrost's pretty face suddenly turned red. In this world, only those who were confident and courageous could truly make a name for themselves. Those who were submissive were ultimately not enough. She suddenly thought of what happened in Star City. Facing the undying king, Ling Xiao actually dared to save her and leave. How much courage and confidence did he have? Ordinary people would probably be so scared that they couldn't even speak when they saw the undying king's strength. She might have gotten to know an incredible person. Although he still looked relatively weak right now, he was already able to stir up trouble in this immemorial divine tomb. It wouldn't be long before he became even stronger. "I believe you." Darkfrost finally nodded her head and said she didn't believe in Ling Xiao. Who else could believe in Ling Xiao? After all, in this green zone, apart from her, Ling Xiao didn't have any other acquaintances. All right, all disperse." Seeing that the matter had calmed down, Yan Shifeng was in a hurry to go back and increase his grandson's fighting strength. Although he was very confident that Yama could defeat Ling Xiao, there was always a what-if in this world. Therefore, as long as it was a way to increase Yama's strength, he would try it. Everyone left one after another. However, they were still talking about the arranged battle 10 days later. This battle was related to the ownership of the Soul Emperor's legacy and the Ice Emperor's legacy. It might even be related to the future of Soul Hall. Both the neutral martial artists and the Soul Hall martial artists were very concerned. 10 days, Ling Xiao. Enjoy the last days of your life. Yama looked back at Ling Xiao. When he saw how close Ling Xiao and Darkfrost were, his heart burned with jealousy. He swore that he would definitely kill Ling Xiao, no matter what. All right, keep cultivating. From now on, no one will dare to disturb you. Darkfrost looked at Ling Xiao. You don't have to stay here with me. Girl, the Xuanwu tortoise is dead, so there's no danger here. You've seen how strong I am. Not even a 9th division life-sizer would be a match for me. So, you need to hurry up and cultivate. You're on the verge of a breakthrough. And the stronger you are, the safer I'll be. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. All right, I'll cultivate with you. Dark Frost was still worried, but she accepted Ling Xiao's suggestion to cultivate with him. That way, not only would her cultivation progress not be delayed, she could also protect Ling Xiao. It was killing two birds with one stone. All right. Ling Xiao couldn't argue with the girl, so he didn't say anything else. He swore to himself that he would make sure she lived a happy life and never suffer the torture of Soul Hall again. If he did that, he would personally destroy Soul Hall. He was confident that he would be able to do that soon. But for now, he had to deal with the matter at hand. The two of them began to cultivate. By this time, Yama had returned to Soul Hall with Yen Shifeng. Lung Chuyen was already waiting for them. Looking at his mother, Yama was a little nervous. He wasn't afraid of Yen Shifeng because Yen Shifeng doted on him. But his mother, Lung Chuyen, was a truly vicious and merciless person. Chapter 3398. Yama's father was killed by his mother, Lung Chuyen, and Yen Shifeng did not dare to have the thought of revenge at all. Although this woman was his mother, he was really very afraid. Idiot! Lung Chuyen suddenly said. No one knew who she was scolding. Mother, I clearly did very well this time. As long as I kill that Ling Xiao, the Ice Emperor's inheritance will be mine. How am I stupid? Yama felt that Lung Chuyen was scolding him, so he was somewhat unconvinced. You still dare to talk back? You don't even know how strong that Ling Xiao is. It's enough to set up the bet. Even if you lose, there's still a possibility of turning the tables. But you set up a life and death battle with him behind the ancestors' back. If you die, what will you use to fight? Lung Chuyen shouted. So this is what Mother is worried about. Don't worry. That Ling Xiao is prohibited from using the Ice Emperor's inheritance in battle. Without the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he's not worth mentioning at all in front of me. So the life and death battle is actually giving Sun a chance to kill him. Yama said with a smile, not to mention whether you can kill him or not. If you really kill him, do you think that Dark Frost will let you go? That girl Dark Frost has clearly been bewitched by that Ling Xiao and is completely not on our Soul Palace's side. Lung Chuyen said coldly, Chuyen, don't blame him. Things have already come to this point. I think it's almost time for us to break off with Dark Frost. The monster siege is estimated to be in these 2 or 3 days. At that time, will the plan be carried out as usual? Yen Shifeng suddenly said, Of course, this is the safest. If this plan fails, let Yama fight that Ling Xiao. Lung Chuyen nodded. Mother, speaking of the monster siege, I want the Undying's life crystal. Yama suddenly said, Recently I accidentally obtained the legacy of the Undying General. Although it was not as good as the Ancient Emperor's legacy, it was still a rare treasure. In the Undying General's inheritance, there was a king-level martial art called the Undying Battle Body. Only by obtaining the life crystal of an Undying can one successfully cultivate it. Furthermore, he needed 13 one-star, life-seizing Undying shortcuts. I'm afraid I can't do that. Grandpa will help you with this, Yen Shifeng said. Thank you, Grandpa, the Yama demon said, excitedly. As long as I can refine the immortal war body, my strength will skyrocket, even if I can't break through to the life-snatching realm during this time. We can also guarantee that we can easily kill Ling Xiao. It's not enough. Yen Shifeng shook his head and said, In order to ensure your victory, I have decided to teach you the soul-extinguishing sword. Really, Grandpa? Yama was extremely excited. He knew that the soul-extinguishing sword was a precious treasure of the Soul Hall and was the only weapon in existence that was a precious item. The soul-extinguishing sword was superior to most of Ling Xiao's weapons, except for the Ice Age. However, because of the agreement, Ling Xiao was not allowed to use the Ice Age. That way, the soul-extinguishing sword could completely crush Ling Xiao's weapons. The soul-extinguishing sword could not only injure the body, but also the soul. Add in the power of the sword itself, and even reincarnation god-level experts would have to be wary of it. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was a mere 7th Division life-sizer. Of course, your victory or defeat will affect the future of the Soul Hall. You can't afford to be careless. Yan Shifeng nodded. Many thanks, Grandpa. Don't worry. I'll definitely take the Ice Emperor's legacy and the Ice Age. When the time comes, the Soul Hall will have 2 precious treasures. One will be the Ice Emperor's Ice Age, and the other will be the Soul Emperor's soul-devouring devil staff. Who could possibly stand up to the Soul Hall? Yen Mo was incomparably excited. He couldn't wait for the day 10 days later to arrive. AI, perhaps this is the best course of action. Lung Chuoyan sighed. She truly couldn't imagine her son failing miserably at such an easy task. However, when the monsters attacked the city, she would try to possess Darkfrost's fleshly body. If she succeeded, the bet would be meaningless. Without Darkfrost protection, Ling Xiao would be a fish on the chopping block. One day later, the green zone was suddenly filled with tension. Everyone was nervous to the extreme. Outside the green zone, a terrifying aura spread out. Black masses of monsters were closing in on the green zone. Everyone knew what was happening. The monsters were attacking the city. This was Ling Xiao's first time seeing a monster attack of this scale. He stopped cultivating, and his eyes shone with the desire to do battle. As expected, just sitting there and cultivating wasn't of much help to him. He still hoped to hone his battle techniques in the midst of battle and make a breakthrough in his cultivation. As long as he could break through to the 8th stage of the life-seizing realm, he would be able to do so. Furthermore, he would be able to perfectly strengthen his king-class, black, tortoise divine body. Even if he didn't use the Ice Emperor's legacy, he would still be able to kill Yama. Therefore, while others trembled in fear at the sight of the black masses of monsters, Ling Xiao's eyes shone with excitement. The king of the undying, the king of the bloodthirsters, the king of the zombies, and the tyrant. Amazing! The kings of the Starfall Quarter are all here. The experts of the Soul Hall had already gathered on the walls of the Green Zone. This was a battle for survival. If they couldn't defeat the monsters, the Green Zone would fall, and the people who lived here would all die. When that happened, not a single person would be left alive. Ling Xiao stood next to Darkfrost, looking at the 4 kings. The king of the undying was the strongest of them all. He was in the 2nd stage of the reincarnation god realm, and had clearly broken through after his fight with Darkfrost. As for the tyrant, the king of the bloodthirsters, and the king of the zombies, they were all in the 9th stage of the life-seizing realm. Pontiff, I'll have to trouble you to deal with the king of the undying. Yan Shifeng said, looking at Darkfrost. No problem. Darkfrost nodded. Looking at this old foe of hers filled her with the desire to do battle. However, Ling Xiao seemed a bit worried. The king of the undying is too strong for Pontiff Darkfrost alone. Elder Yan Shifeng, why don't you work with Pontiff Darkfrost to deal with him? Besides, the king of the undying isn't that strong. You can leave it to the others. No need. Darkfrost shook her head. Before Yan Shifeng could say anything, she turned down Ling Xiao's offer. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. This lass, Ming Shuang, had the same personality as him. When facing a powerful opponent, they didn't want help. They wanted to deal with it themselves. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to help. Although the king of the undying was strong, he was only slightly stronger than the Xuanwu tortoise. His bloodbath plague could still be effective, and if it didn't work, he could use Ice Age. In any case, with him protecting Darkfrost, he couldn't let the Soul Hall take advantage of the situation. Yen Shifeng's expression turned serious. Waving his hand, he said, "Everyone, listen up. Don't charge out. Use the stronghold to keep the monsters out of the green zone." Chapter 3399. Remember this. If we lose today's battle, we'll all die. If we win, we'll be safe for another month. This is a battle for survival. We have to survive. Yen Shifeng shouted at the top of his lungs, rallying everyone's emotions. "We have to survive." Everyone roared back. Perhaps it was only in the face of such a monster that the martial artists in the green zone would truly unite. But what puzzled Ling Xiao was that Yama was nowhere to be seen. For better or for worse, he was a ninth-stage life-sizer. Why hadn't he come out to fight? It seemed that Yama really was willing to give up everything for the battle in 9 days. Fine. Let's see if your reckless cultivation can match up to my combat training. Ling Xiao smiled, but didn't point that out. Meanwhile, the monsters were closing in, and the battle was about to begin. Darkfrost was the first to charge out and engage the Undying King. The Undying King seemed to be afraid of hurting his subordinates, and so kept moving away. Darkfrost followed. Ling Xiao was worried about Ming Shuang, so he chased after her. The two of them quickly disappeared from view. Ha! That brat is really loyal to Ming Shuang. It's a pity that he's too stupid. He doesn't know his own worth. One of the leaders of Soul Hall sneered. But what if he dies outside, and the Ice Emperor's legacy is taken by the monsters? Another person asked worriedly, "Don't worry. The Ice Emperor's legacy can only be taken by martial artists from the Western regions. That's because the 8 ancient emperors and the ancient Sword Emperor were born in the Western regions. They have a sliver of their soul attached to the legacy. It can only be taken by martial artists from the Western regions. Monsters or martial artists from the other regions can't take it. The only way is to erase their soul. But that won't be easy." Yen Shifeng said coolly, "If Ling Xiao dies, the Ice Emperor's legacy will be hidden again. When the siege is over, we can go and look for it." Actually, he really wished that Ling Xiao would die. That way, he would be able to avoid the risk of the bet battle. Although he felt that Yama would definitely be able to defeat Ling Xiao. But those were just his thoughts. No one could say for sure what the actual situation was. If there was a better way, who would take the risk? All right, let's stop talking and focus on the battle. Don't let us die before Ling Xiao. That would be embarrassing. Yen Shifeng then rushed towards the bloodthirsty king. The Bloodthirster King was probably something only he and a few old monsters from Soul Palace could deal with. But to his surprise, the Bloodthirster King, who had been attacking the city with him, turned around and chased after Ling Xiao. Could it be that the Bloodthirsty King has also smelled the scent of the Ice Emperor on Ling Xiao? Yen Shifeng knew that among all monsters, the Bloodthirsters had the sharpest sense of smell. Of course, it was just a guess at this time. It was probably too late to confirm it. Now, he could only focus on the battle in front of him. On the other side, in the sky, the Undead King was fighting with Darkfrost. On the ground, Ling Xiao stood there with the Fire Supreme sword in his hand, his expression indifferent. Not far away, the Bloodthirster King let out a low roar. The sound was very unpleasant. The two had been fighting for a few minutes. Obviously, the Bloodthirster King did not expect Ling Xiao to be so difficult to deal with. He thought that this inconspicuous boy could be easily killed by him. Who would have thought that this boy would be unscathed under his fierce attack? But even so, the Bloodthirsty King's blood-red eyes were still cold and sinister, without the slightest bit of fear or panic. This was a monster even more terrifying than a monster beast. It seems that you are different from ordinary bloodthirsters. You actually have some wisdom. In that case, you should know that you are definitely not my opponent. Ling Xiao was in no hurry to end this battle. In any case, when he fought the Bloodthirster King, the monsters around him would not dare to come close. This made it easier for him to keep an eye on the battle between Darkfrost and the Undead King. What he was most worried about was Darkfrost. He had already seen how terrifying the Undead King was back in Star City. Roar! The Bloodthirster King seemed to be very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's underestimation. His bloodthirsty eyes shone with an even stronger killing intent. Clearly, he felt that Ling Xiao was underestimating him. You might have been a powerful martial artist when you were alive, but now you are nothing but a corpse invaded by germs. I will give you a peaceful ending. With the Fire Supreme sword in hand, Ling Xiao walked forward. Blazing flames burned on the blade of the sword. Strange fire, terrifying strange fire, against a 9th level life-sizer. With his current cultivation base, ordinary demon fire was no longer effective. Only strange fire could hurt his opponent. Along the way, Ling Xiao had already transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul. His opponent was too strong, and he didn't dare to underestimate him. I'll take you as the key to my breakthrough. As he spoke, the Fire Supreme sword pulsed with a frenzied sword will, which then shot toward the Bloodthirster King. The Bloodthirster King stared at Ling Xiao. Although his strange body was twisted and deformed, it was tougher than a living person's. His hands had already transformed into sharp claws. His nails were more than a foot long. Even in the gloomy weather of the domain of the falling stars, they shone with a cold light. Kill! Suddenly, Ling Xiao shouted coldly. His body trembled, and he rushed out. Killing intent shot out from the Fire Supreme sword. Strange fire merged with the sword energy and stabbed toward the Bloodthirster King. Roar! A ferocious roar rang out. The Bloodthirster King seemed to have springs under his feet as he suddenly shot up. He jumped 7 to 8 meters high, and then suddenly fell down. Black gas lingered on his sharp claws as he crazily grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. Clang! The Fire Supreme sword changed from forward to upward, directly colliding with the sharp claws. The blazing sword energy shattered, and the Bloodthirster King actually gained the upper hand. One claw grabbed Ling Xiao's Fire Supreme sword. The other claw quickly grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. That terrifying destructive power, as long as it touched Ling Xiao's head, would probably be smashed like a watermelon. Golden Dragon Seal. Ling Xiao held the sword in his right hand and suddenly formed a seal with his left hand. A golden dragon broke through the air and directly collided with the Bloodthirster King's claw. The terrifying impact actually caused the Bloodthirster King to be in a stalemate for a moment. Ghost God Seal. Ling Xiao's left hand formed another seal. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. An even more terrifying ghost god blasted out. The Bloodthirster King clearly felt the danger and hurriedly retreated. In an instant, he had retreated dozens of meters away. This guy's jumping ability was too terrifying. With just one jump, he was dozens of meters away. Therefore, even if he was dozens of meters away, he could not be careless because the other party could attack again with just one jump. Kill! The sword intent exploded again. Ling Xiao attacked again. He did not intend to retreat. In any case, in his current state, although he could not compare to the Bloodthirster King. However, it was definitely not easy for the other party to hurt him. Chapter 3400. Facing the powerful king of bloodthirsters. Ling Xiao planned to take this opportunity to improve his combat strength. This time, the Fire Supreme sword was even more blazing. Annihilation Sword. Ling Xiao let out a furious roar. Dazzling sword light bloomed on the wasteland. The space was almost shrouded by this sword light. The king of bloodthirsters did not speak, but there was a hint of surprise in his fierce eyes. There was also confusion. He probably couldn't understand how such a weak-looking guy could unleash such a shocking attack from his body. Roar! The red light in the king of bloodthirsters' eyes became even more intense, probably because Ling Xiao's strength stimulated him and made him even crazier. Boom! The annihilation sword collided with the king of bloodthirsters again. This time, neither the man nor the monster retreated. Neither of them flinched. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was a strong fighting spirit and will to become stronger. In the king of bloodthirsters' eyes, there was a crazy killing intent. Terrifying collisions exploded on the ground again and again. The surrounding environment was constantly being destroyed. The power generated by the collision between the Fire Supreme Sword and the sharp claws was incomparably powerful. Black smoke filled the air, and terrifying flames exploded. The ground was already full of potholes. Even the Undying King and Dark Frost, who were fighting in the sky, were very surprised. "Your little friend is not bad." The Undying King laughed. "You'd better worry about yourself. Today, I must take revenge for Star City." Dark Frost looked at the Undying King and said, "Did you misunderstand something? Those warriors who were killed in Star City deserved it. They wanted to kill me and my subordinates. Why can't I kill them? Actually, you warriors of the Western region should not be my enemy. Instead, you should thank me. Your real enemy is the people of the 4 major regions. Back then, when the Western region was prosperous, it had the most powerful beast god in the Black Tortoise continent. Even later, there was the powerful Ancient Sword Empire. The Ancient Sword Emperor was the most powerful existence after the 12 beast gods. Unfortunately, he was still killed by despicable means, and those who killed him became the rulers of the Black Tortoise continent. After becoming the master of the 4 great domains, it would become the Eternal Life Palace. The people of the Eternal Life Palace claimed that they were gods, and that only they were fit to rule the Black Tortoise continent. Us parasitic beasts are nothing compared to them. Why do you have to be so stubborn?" Undying King said indifferently, "But you attacked the Green Zone and annihilated my Western region's martial artists. That can't be false, right?" Dark Frost said coldly, "It's not my idea to attack the Green Zone. It's the rules of the game. It was the master of the Divine Devil Order who set this rule. If I don't follow this rule, once he attacks, none of us parasitic beasts will be able to survive. If you have the ability, you can go find the owner of the Fiend God token." Undying King said disdainfully. Boom! Just as the man and beast were talking, another violent collision on the ground ended. The Bloodthirster King was obviously at a disadvantage. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already gained the upper hand without even using the Ice Emperor's inheritance. This was enough to show how much he had improved. Compared to the night when he killed Medicine Demon, he had become stronger. "I'm afraid your little friend is going to die." Undying King suddenly sneered. "Why? He clearly has the upper hand." Dark Frost was puzzled. "Humph, don't you know about bloodthirsters? The more injured they are, the stronger they become. If your little friend can kill him in one blow, it's fine. If they continue to fight like this, it will only make the Bloodthirster King stronger. This level of improvement is at most close to the realm of snatching fate. Isn't your little friend dead?" Undying King snorted coldly. "Ling Xiao." Dark Frost looked down and was a little distracted. At this moment, Undying King suddenly attacked, and his sharp claws pierced through Dark Frost's body. "Stupid girl, do you really believe my words? Although what I said is the truth, but rules are rules. We parasitic beasts like you human blood the most." Ha 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 ha! Crazy laughter rang out. Undying King seemed very proud. To be honest, he noticed that Dark Frost had become stronger. So he didn't have full confidence in killing Dark Frost. So he used such a dishonorable trick. However, although it was dishonorable, Dark Frost was still a little too naive and gullible. "You think you can kill me like this?" Dark Frost's eyes revealed a cold light. She actually pulled the Undying King's claws out of her body. Then the wound began to heal quickly. "I've been through countless terrifying punishments, and I've experienced countless deaths. In the end, I obtained this body that can be called immortal. Last time, because I didn't understand your undying plague, I fell for it. But do you think I will still be afraid of your undying plague if we fight again?" Dark Frost's body was already immune to the undying plague. This was done for her by Ling Xiao. As a matter of fact, Ming Shuang's body was very strange, as if it had been forged through countless terrible punishments. This kind of body had an extremely strong self-healing ability and immunity. However, to stimulate this ability, she needed the help of an outsider. And this outsider would be best if it was a doctor. Dark Frost's luck was good. She met Ling Xiao, which was the luckiest thing in her life. Ling Xiao not only stimulated her body's characteristics, but also made her stronger than before. This was why she trusted Ling Xiao so much. Next, it's my turn. Dark Frost decided to concentrate on fighting the Undying King. She couldn't distract Ling Xiao. As for the Bloodthirster King, she believed that Ling Xiao could deal with it. It wasn't her turn to worry. In fact, this was exactly the case. Ling Xiao had noticed the Bloodthirster King's characteristics from the beginning. His Tai Chi eye was not to be trifled with, and he wanted to make his opponent stronger. Otherwise, it would not be able to exert pressure on him and stimulate the potential in his body to erupt. What did he rely on to break through? The battle continued, and more wounds appeared on the Bloodthirster King's body. His body began to emit red light. His fighting prowess continued to soar. Finally, at some point, he began to counterattack. Ling Xiao was on the defensive. As expected, this guy's fighting prowess has soared to the limit. Ling Xiao could sense that the Bloodthirster King's attacks were very close to the level of seizing heaven and exchanging life. That was the strongest level in the life-seizing level. Surpassing the 9th level of life-seizing was the key to reaching the reincarnation God realm. That's more like it. Although Ling Xiao was on the defensive, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Not only that, but he could also sense the power in his sea of cultivation increasing. When he had broken through to the 7th level of life-seizing, his sea of cultivation had gone to 0. Later, he had fused with the Xuanwu tortoise beast soul and raised his canopy beast soul to the 1st level of the reincarnation God realm. That had raised his sea of cultivation by 20%. But that was the limit. No matter how much he cultivated, he could not raise his sea of cultivation. But now, the situation had changed once again. Chapter 3401. Following the battle with the Bloodthirsty King, Ling Xiao's cultivation sea energy had increased to 30%, and it was still going on. Not only that, Ling Xiao was also frequently using Fire Supreme's blazing sky sword art in actual combat, honing his skills and control. Fire Supreme's blazing sky sword art had only been cultivated to the large success stage before, but now it had been promoted to perfection in the continuous battle. But this was obviously not enough. Only the sword art of perfection was Ling Xiao's most perfect sword art. Realizing that Ling Xiao was not in danger, Dark Frost was relieved and focused on fighting the Undying King. At the same time, in the green zone, the battle was also very fierce. Fortunately, Dark Frost and Ling Xiao had taken the Undying King and the Bloodthirsty King away. Otherwise, the battle would have been even worse. Now, they could finally block the attacks of the monsters. As long as they waited until dawn tomorrow, this battle would end. so everyone gritted their teeth and fought with all their might. The battle between Ling Xiao and the bloodthirsty king had also entered a white-hot stage. The cultivation sea energy continued to increase. 40%, 50%, 80%, 90%. After reaching 90%, the speed gradually slowed down. At this time, the battle between the two sides had already lasted for more than 10 hours, and the sky had already darkened. In the dark, the monster's combat strength would skyrocket. This was extremely disadvantageous for both Dark Frost and Ling Xiao. I have to end the battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao looked at the sky and finally unleashed his most powerful attack. Fire Supreme's Blazing Sky Sword Art, Perfection Stage. Ice Supreme's Cold Sky Sword Art, Perfection Stage. Soul Supreme's Ling Tian Sword Art, Perfection Stage. The three swords combined into one and erupted with a terrifying power that was 15 times stronger than an ordinary primary king level martial skill. The bloodthirsty king seemed to have sensed fear. He turned around and wanted to escape. But how could Ling Xiao give him such a chance? Extreme Cold Domain. The extreme cold domain spread out, and the surroundings fell into a cold realm. The bloodthirsty king's body suddenly slowed down. At this moment, 3 sword chis stabbed into the body of the bloodthirster king. The 9th Division life-sizer collapsed to the ground. His body had been blasted into smithereens. One of the swords even destroyed the monster's head. Ling Xiao had seen the undead king's powerful survival ability. He wasn't sure if the bloodthirsty king could heal. Therefore, he would do his best to kill him. A ball of deviant fire was released from his hand. The terrifying flames instantly spread and burned the bloodthirsty king's body to ashes. Only the life crystal was left on the ground. Ling Xiao casually scooped him up. This life crystal could not only be used to heal injuries and refine life pills, but it could also extend one's lifespan. The life crystal of a 9th division, 1-star life-sizer, would add at least a month to his lifespan. Although it did not sound like much to many old martial artists, 1 month of lifespan was extremely precious. Of course, to Ling Xiao, the life crystal could also be converted into potential in his body. This was something only he could do. Rumble! The collision in the sky roused Ling Xiao from his thoughts. He couldn't help but look up. The battle between Dark Frost and the undead king was in full swing. Dark Frost was clearly stronger than she had been the last time they had fought. She was definitely not at a disadvantage against the undead king. No, it's getting dark. If I don't get rid of the undead king as soon as possible, the bloodthirsty king will definitely grow stronger. The undead king will definitely continue to grow stronger. If that happens, I'll be in big trouble. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Ling Xiao flew up into the air and unleashed his frigid domain. Although his frigid domain was weak, it still had an effect on the undead king. As soon as he used it, Dark Frost had the upper hand. Next, Ling Xiao unleashed the bloodthirsty plague and the Death Kingdom Black Blight. As long as he could weaken the undead king, he would use it. Dark Frost's advantage was even more obvious. Bastard, how could there be such a strange kid? The undead king was shocked. Ling Xiao had actually killed the bloodthirsty king, and was even affecting the undead king's battle. The undead king was both shocked and enraged. I'll kill you so I can fight in peace. The undead king stretched out a tentacle toward Ling Xiao. It was so fast that there was no way to evade it. Not even Ling Xiao could avoid it. The tentacle slammed into him, sending him crashing to the ground. Of course, Dark Frost didn't miss out on the opportunity to attack. An enormous spike pierced through the undead king's body. Although the undead king had an undying body, the bloodthirsty plague had greatly weakened his regenerative abilities. Girl, his life crystal is in his abdomen. A voice called out from the ground. The undead king was startled, of course. He knew full well how powerful his attacks were, much less a 7th Division life-sizer. He could even kill a 9th Division life-sizer with a single blow. And yet, this kid was still standing. His face was a bit pale, and he was even coughing up blood. Most terrifying of all was that this kid had actually identified the location of his life crystal. That was terrifying. The only reason he had survived Darkfrost's attack last time was because Darkfrost hadn't been able to destroy his life crystal. Once the location of his life crystal was revealed, he would be dead for sure. All right. Darkfrost didn't care how shocked the undead king was. Since he had dared to hurt Ling Xiao, she had to kill him. Soul-devouring domain. Darkfrost called upon the legacy of the Soul Emperor. Within the soul-devouring domain, all secret soul magics would be multiplied in power, perhaps by 5 or 6 times. Not only that, but once one mastered the soul-devouring domain, they would be able to use soul magics without limit. The amount of soul power consumed would be greatly reduced, perhaps by 50% at the most. Furthermore, the time it took to cast secret magics would be greatly reduced. Ordinary soul magics would be instantly cast, and super soul magics would be much easier to use. That was the most terrifying aspect of the soul-devouring domain. The pressure it exerted on an enemy's soul was only an additional effect. Soul-devouring wand, soul-sealing chains. As soon as the soul-devouring domain was unleashed, a strange wand appeared in Darkfrost's hand. The wand was pitch black and clearly made from special materials. At the tip of the wand was a black gem. Although Yang Qi didn't know what kind of material it was, he was certain that it would greatly enhance all secret soul magics. Darkfrost let out a soft moan. A total of 18 heavy chains appeared out of nowhere, some of which wrapped around the undead king's body. Others pierced the undead king's abdomen. Darkfrost had complete faith in Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao said that the undead king's life crystal was in that location, then it had to be there. There was no mistaking it. Chapter 3402. The undying king resisted frantically. Countless tentacles and soul-sealing chains clashed in space. Yet, at this time, Ling Xiao came again. Extreme cold domain, frost dragon breath. Casting frost dragon breath in the extreme cold domain, the power also increased several times. This was the same principle as the soul-devouring domain increasing the power of soul mystic arts. Originally, the undying king was at a disadvantage in the soul-devouring domain. Now, he was instantly frozen by Ling Xiao's extreme cold domain and frost dragon breath. Although it was only for a moment, not even a second, but the strong could always seize this opportunity. The soul-sealing chains pierced through the undying king's abdomen, and a life crystal was directly sent flying. Devour! Ling Xiao directly cast vertical golden light technique, arrived in front of that life crystal, released a cloud of black smoke in his hand, and directly swallowed that life crystal into his universe of tyrant. No. The undying king burst into a hysterical scream, frantically carrying out a final struggle. It was a pity that without the life crystal, he also lost the undying body. Darkfrost was not stingy with her attacks, bombarding the undying king's body continuously. That body was riddled with holes and finally completely shattered. Is it over? In the darkness, there was a faintly discernible figure whose complexion was not very good. To Lung Chuyan, today was really a failure. She originally planned to wait until Darkfrost and the undying king fought until both sides suffered, and then go and possess Darkfrost. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao, this insignificant guy, actually became the biggest obstacle? Not only did he kill the Bloodthirster King, but he also actually helped Darkfrost easily kill the Undying King. so that apart from consuming a lot of vital essence and soul force, Dark Frost actually did not have any injuries at all. If she forcefully chose to possess at this time, it would really be too stupid. With Dark Frost's tenacious soul, it would probably be her soul that was destroyed instead. Looks like we can only take the long view. Lung, Qiuyan sighed, helplessly. After we return, we still have to think of a way to make Yama's cultivation breakthrough. Otherwise, with Yama's strength, I'm afraid he wouldn't be Ling Xiao's match. Thinking of this, she finally turned around and left. Since he was a soul, he wasn't afraid of being attacked by monsters. Girl, you should use this life crystal. This thing is still a little too powerful for me. It's a waste to use it now, but it's an opportunity for you to break through. After landing on the ground, Ling Xiao took out the life crystal of the undead king and handed it to Dark Frost. Dark Frost hesitated for a moment before taking it. She knew very well that she was not strong enough to completely protect Ling Xiao. Therefore, her cultivation had to continue improving. I'll stand guard for you. Just cultivate here. Anyway, without the Bloodthirster King and Undead King, I'm not afraid of these trash monsters. Ling Xiao did not want to return to the green zone for the time being. Once Dark Frost went into closed-door cultivation there, it might be more dangerous than here. Okay. Dark Frost no longer hesitated and directly held the life crystal in her hand and started cultivating. Roar, roar. Terrifying roars could be heard from afar. Ling Xiao could not help but frown, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Looks like because of the death of the Undead King and the Bloodthirster King, it caused the monsters to view us with hatred. They actually swarmed over to attack. He glanced at Dark Frost, who was cultivating, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Girl, cultivate in peace. No matter what trouble you encounter, I'll solve it for you. He took a deep breath and then took out 3 refining formation stones. One was the Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation. One was the Plague Bone Dissolving Formation. One was the Myriad Beast's Blood Refining Formation. These were the 3 formations that Ling Xiao used the most, and they were also the 3 formations that he liked to use the most. They were used to attack, weaken, and strengthen oneself. The Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation had astonishing destructive power and terrifying lethality. The Plague Bone Dissolving Formation could corrode the enemy's vital essence and body, weakening the enemy's combat power. The Myriad Beast's Blood Refining Formation could refine the enemy's corpse into power for Ling Xiao or other formations to use. Of course, these 3 formations could only delay the monster's attacks, and it was impossible to stop all of them. In the end, it still depended on Ling Xiao's battle. Roar! Roar! The roars were angry roars, and they were also calling for their companions. At this time, except for the green zone, almost all of the meteorite zone was the territory of the monsters. So with a casual call, countless monsters would gather. These guys might not be able to compare with the Bloodthirster King in terms of individual strength, let alone the Undead King. But once they came in groups, they would become a warrior's nightmare. The so-called Beast Tide was actually nothing more than that. And this was probably even more terrifying than the Beast Tide, because most of these monsters had no brains at all and no wisdom. They did not know fear, and they did not know fear. So no matter how you killed, it was impossible to scare them away, unless you destroyed all of the monsters. But that was even more unrealistic. Ling Xiao's idea was very simple. He would hold on for a while until Dark Frost's cultivation level broke through, and then they would leave together. If it was just this, he could definitely do it. Finally, the first batch of monsters arrived. The Lesser Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation erupted. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, and countless monsters were destroyed, turned into corpses, and even directly blasted into pieces. but the monsters behind still came one after another. Soon, the lesser myriad lightning immortal slaying formation was past. The monsters arrived at the plague bone-dissolving formation. Thick green smoke seeped out from the ground. Even the undead would be sucked dry of vital essence and die when they encountered this green smoke. After all, if the monsters wanted to fight, they must have energy to maintain their bodies. Otherwise, it would be impossible. The second batch of monsters was destroyed by the plague bone-dissolving formation. However, the third batch stepped on the corpses of the second batch and stepped into the final myriad beast blood refining formation. Blood soared into the sky. The myriad beast blood refining formation almost turned into a huge pool of blood. The monsters fell in one by one and finally turned into nutrients to nourish the formation. The third batch of monsters was completely destroyed, but the monsters were still densely packed, as if there was no reduction. Although the three-layered formation was constantly destroying those monsters, there were still monsters rushing in. They rushed to the vicinity of Ling Xiao. "Kill!" A low and vicious voice roared out from Ling Xiao's mouth. A murderous aura bloomed from his body. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a sneer. Around him, 3 swords floated out of thin air. The Fire Supreme Sword, the Ice Supreme Sword, and the Bloodthirsty Demon Sword. The 3 swords merged into the Western Region Tomb map. They turned into 3 terrifying sword lights, hanging above Ling Xiao's head. Roar! The monsters sensed the terrifying power erupting from Ling Xiao's body. But they did not know fear at all. They only knew now that it was this human who killed their king. So they wanted to destroy this human. Chapter 3403. The densely packed monsters continued to surround Ling Xiao. They were all survivors of the 3 formations. Not only were their vitality tenacious, but their strength was also stronger. Fortunately, there were only thousands of them. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for Ling Xiao to deal with them. In the sky, a sword was wrapped in flames. It was extremely hot. A sword was shining with ice crystals. It was extremely cold. A sword was filled with the terrifying smell of blood and soul. Fire Supreme Blazing Sky Sword Art. Ice Supreme Cold Sky Sword Art. Soul Supreme Ling Sky Sword Art. Kill! At this time, Ling Xiao did not dare to hold back. He even released the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. A terrifying and solemn aura bloomed from the pitch-black universe. The 3 swords became extremely huge under the amplification of the Sky Tyrant universe. It was as if any one of them could easily destroy a planet. On the ground, Ling Xiao's figure could no longer be seen. All that could be seen were 3 terrifying sword lights. It was like 3 heavenly punishments. Each of them was 15 times stronger than an ordinary beginner king level martial skill. Roar! The monsters still did not know fear. Bloodthirsty roars came from their mouths. They all pounced towards the direction of the flickering light. They tried to tear the human with the sword apart. However, at this time, the sword lights fell. Flames, frost, bloodthirsty, 3 swords, 3 rays of light. They fell among the monsters. Rumble! A terrifying roar sounded. The monsters did not even have time to scream. In an instant, they completely disappeared from the ground. The terrifying attack completely tore them apart. This consumption is too great. I can't continue to use it. Although Ling Xiao could already use 3 swords at once after his breakthrough, he could only use it twice at most before he felt incomparably exhausted. He hurriedly swallowed a handful of pills. While he was recovering, he saw even more monsters rushing into the formation. He decided to change his way of fighting. The attack power of 3 swords was indeed astonishing, but there was really no need to turn the monsters into ashes. It was really like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. So he decided to make full use of his advantage. Three-headed lava hound beast soul, scorching hell. Undying bird beast soul, undying bird strange flame. With the activation of the beast soul power, Ling Xiao's surroundings turned into a sea of fire. Huge meteorites continued to fall from the sky, smashing into the bodies of the monsters that had passed through the three formations. With this kind of attack, even if he continued, Ling Xiao did not have to worry about consuming too much of his true essence. That was because if he didn't consume too much energy at once, he could continue to rely on medicinal pills to replenish his energy. Compared to the Nine Sovereigns' sword technique, its destructive power was a little weaker, but killing those monsters was no problem at all. The monsters continued to die. However, if this continued, there was no guarantee that this scorching hell would not be broken through. Therefore, Ling Xiao thought of a new doctrine. Not long ago, I refined the Undying King's undying plague into the 9 snake poison region's undying germs. Now, we can test its power. Thinking of this, he released the 9 snake poison domain again. 9 snakes poison domain, undying germs. Smoke filled the air and spread throughout the scorching hell. Suddenly, the monster that had been burned to the point where only bones were left stood up from the raging flames. The flames were still burning, but the flames had turned blue. 1, 2, 3. In the end, the monsters that died all stood up. They turned into burning skeletons and formed a solid line of defense around Ling Xiao. They began to fight face to face with the monsters that rushed in. Although the skeletons' combat strength was not too strong, the key was that they could be constantly replenished. As long as Ling Xiao had enough true essence, as long as Ling Xiao's soul force could support it, there was no problem at all. When the number of flaming skeletons increased to about 10,000, Ling Xiao finally felt a splitting headache. He knew that this was the limit. Therefore, he no longer released the undying germs. Only when the flaming skeletons were lost would he replenish them, and so it went back and forth. His battles suddenly became a lot easier. Even if there were fish that escaped the net, they would not be able to escape his destruction. If someone was nearby, they would find a strange scene. Countless monsters rushed crazily in one direction. However, that place was like a black hole, constantly devouring the lives of the monsters. No matter how many monsters went, in the end, they would not return. The strange situation here made the battle in the green zone much simpler. There were not that many monsters left, and many of the martial artists in the green zone were puzzled. But in the midst of battle, no one thought too much about it. This strange situation lasted for more than 5 hours. When the sky gradually brightened, Dark Frost finally opened her eyes. "Did you break through, little girl?" Ling Xiao was sitting there, resting. Many of his flaming skeletons had evolved into skeleton generals. Their battle prowess had soared to the 9th stage of life seizing. This was because he had killed a large number of monsters. But if he was killed, he would have to start all over again. Of course, at least for now, with the help of these skeleton generals, Ling Xiao was very relaxed. In fact, he didn't even have to fight personally. "I broke through. But what's going on?" Dark Frost was dumbfounded. She had heard of secret techniques that could control the undead, but this was the first time she had seen one like Ling Xiao. "Look, this is what you saw. I used a little trick. Since you've broken through, let's go back to the green zone. Otherwise, some people might think we ran away. Besides, I don't think we can kill all the monsters in the meteorite zone. In a few more hours, I'll probably die of exhaustion. We have to go back to the green zone and rest." Ling Xiao suggested, "Let's go." Dark Frost grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and flew up into the air. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. "It's too bad. I can't take those skeletons with me. I'll just have to leave them to fend for themselves." After all, he had controlled them to evolve them into skeleton generals. To be honest, Ling Xiao really didn't want to leave them behind. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't fit them in his beast ring, and even if he did, they would just be corpses in the Mountain River world. Up ahead, the green zone appeared. The battle seemed to be coming to an end. However, there were still many monsters around the green zone, unwilling to leave. And perhaps because it was almost dawn, their attacks became even more frenzied. It was as if they were trying to finish the battle before dawn. The warriors in the green zone seemed to be very tired, but the period before dawn was the darkest time. It was also the time when the monsters were the craziest. No one dared to be negligent. The appearance of Ling Xiao and Dark Frost made many people excited again, especially Dark Frost. Since she had returned, it meant that the undead king had been killed. This was definitely good news for the green zone. Otherwise, if that terrifying monster attacked, they might not be able to hold on. Chapter 3404. Where the hell did you run off to in the middle of a critical battle? Why did you have to make Arch-Chancellor Darkfrost waste her time trying to save you? As soon as Ling Xiao and Darkfrost entered the green zone, a discordant voice rang out. Ling Xiao turned to look, and sure enough, it was that idiot Yama. However, the Yama devils today seemed a little different from before. His aura was clearly much stronger than before. He broke through? Yang Qi asked, his jaw dropping. Now he understood why Yama had suddenly become so arrogant. Seizing heavens and exchanging lives is also known as the ultimate life-seizing level. Once you reach that level, you'll be very close to breaking through to the reincarnation god realm. You'll be much stronger than a 9th division life-sizer. Darkfrost frowned. Big brother Ling Xiao, she said, there are only 8 days left until our agreement of 10 days. Are you sure you can beat him? Her worries weren't without reason. If Yama's cultivation base had been stuck in the 9th division of life-seizing, then Ling Xiao would have had no problem defeating him. But Yama had reached the seizing heavens and exchanging lives level. It would be very difficult for Ling Xiao to beat him. I'm not sure, Yang Qi said, but don't we still have 8 days? Ling Xiao chuckled. 8 days is more than enough time for me to get stronger. If you're not sure, why don't you just cancel the agreement? After all, I'm already in the 3rd division of the reincarnation god realm. Nobody in Soul Hall is a match for me. Even if I cancel the agreement, no one would dare to say anything. Darkfrost said. As far as she was concerned, Ling Xiao was the most important person in her life. She didn't care about the agreement at all. Even if she had to fight some of the old freaks in Soul Hall, she wouldn't hesitate. That was especially true considering that Ling Xiao had killed at least 100,000 monsters in order to protect her. Although it seemed easy on the surface, it was actually very draining. Spirit stones and medicinal pills were also very expensive. Darkfrost was well aware of the situation. No need. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, it's just the heaven-seizing, fate-changing realm and not the reincarnation divine realm. What am I afraid of him for? Believe me, I'm also about to break through. Moreover, you've seen my king-class black, tortoise divine body. Even the king of the undead, an expert at the 2nd level of the reincarnation divine realm, can't kill me easily. He's just Yama. He's nothing. But Big Brother Ling Xiao, it's not that I don't have confidence in you, but there's really no need for us to take this risk. After all, there were 3 stages between the life-seizing level and the life-seizing level. The disparity in strength was too great. What's more, if I'm not wrong, Yen Shifeng will definitely give the soul-extinguishing sword to Yama. The soul-extinguishing sword is a treasure-grade Emperor artifact. It's a grade higher than your sword. The only way you can beat him is if you use Ice Age. But the problem is, You already said that you don't want the legacy of the Ice Emperor. Dark Frost finally understood why the old fox from Soul Hall had asked Ling Xiao not to use the legacy of the Ice Emperor. It was clearly a trap for Ling Xiao. I've already expected all of this, so it's not really unexpected. Unless, if you can't even defeat him, then you'll have to be careful. If I can't beat him, then how am I supposed to get you out of this damned place? Ling Xiao laughed. Dark Frost sighed, helplessly. She had seen for herself how stubborn Ling Xiao was. He was really stubborn. Once he had decided on something, it was useless for anyone to change his mind. I'm talking to you, you piece of trash, Yama said, an unsightly expression on his face. His words were actually ignored. This was simply a great humiliation. Piece of trash, I heard you. You don't have to be so loud. Ling Xiao looked at Yama in disdain and said, You still have the face to say that I'm slacking off? I killed my way out and made those monsters cry for their moms and dads. Where were you at that time? Were you hiding in your mother's embrace and drinking milk? When the monster siege started, you were nowhere to be seen. Now, you're pretending to be a human? Yama really wanted to crush Ling Xiao to death right now. However, when he saw Dark Frost beside Ling Xiao, he lost his temper. There was not even 10 days left. If he dared to touch Ling Xiao now, he would be courting death. There was no way Ming Shuang would let him live. What about me? I even killed the king of bloodthirsters. I've done a lot. You guys take your time fighting. I'll go back first. The current battle was coming to an end. Although it was dangerous, there was no need for him to make a move. With Dark Frost around, these monsters could not do anything at all. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to comprehend the gains from the previous battle and see if he could break through. If he could not break through on the day of the 10-day agreement, it would be troublesome to deal with Yama. Although he did not say it, he understood in his heart. Humph, empty words have no proof. And you think you can kill the king of bloodthirsters? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Yama snorted in disdain. I have a mirror at home. If you want to pee as a mirror, you can do it. Ling Xiao mocked. Ling Xiao, other than your sharp tongue, what else do you have? If you have the guts, fight me today. Yama could not wait any longer. He, who had broken through, wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao as soon as possible. As long as Ling Xiao lived in this world, he would be extremely unhappy. Therefore, Ling Xiao must die. What's the point of fighting you now? There are still 8 days before the 10-day agreement. Just wash your neck and wait. You'd better not run away when the time comes. Ling Xiao naturally could not fight Yama here. First of all, this was not in line with the 10-day agreement. Even if he won, the old bastards of the Soul Hall would not admit it. Second, his cultivation had not broken through yet. It was not worthwhile to fight Yama, who had already reached the snatching fate-changing realm. He might even have to use the bloodthirsty rat in the end. But the problem was, he really did not want to use it. The regression of strength caused by the bloodthirsty rat was not a big deal. The key was that it was too torturous. Every time he used it, he would feel as if his body did not belong to him, as if he had experienced the punishment of the 18 layers of hell. It was a terrible feeling. Coward! Coward! Yama mocked. You're a hero, aren't you? Why don't we have a duel? Dark Frost said, looking coldly at Yama. Me, Yama said, completely flabbergasted. You're a reincarnation god, Pontifex Eminence. How could I possibly dare to fight you? Coward! Coward! Dark Frost said disdainfully. You're already in the snatching fate-changing realm. I'll fight you as a reincarnation god. What do you say? Me, Yama said, not daring to fight back. After experiencing the terror of the soul-devouring domain, Yama was deeply afraid of Dark Frost. How could he possibly dare to fight Dark Frost? You piece of trash. How can you have the face to call others cowards like this? Ling Xiao is only in the 7th division of life seizing, and yet he dares to fight you to the death. And you're already in the snatching fate-changing realm, and yet you don't dare to fight me. Are you even a man? Dark Frost didn't give Yama any face. In fact, she was criticizing Yama as if he were nothing. Chapter 3405. Yama was already regretting his decision. Why did he make such a ruckus? Even if he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, he could just wait for the promise of 10 days. By then, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao easily. Would he still have to worry about Dark Frost not being obedient to him? He was really too impulsive. Hall Master, I have a good suggestion. In order to ease the awkwardness of his grandson, Yen Shifeng finally spoke. Let's just treat it as a celebration for the 10-day promise. Today, we'll take advantage of the fact that this monster hasn't retreated. Let's let Ling Xiao and Yama attack together. Whoever kills the most monsters in the same amount of time will win. Of course, since it's a competition, there should be a prize. I have something here called the 7 ingenious jade jewels. Rumor has it that this 7 ingenious jade can help one get rid of one's inner demons during cultivation. It's also an essential material for cultivating certain martial arts techniques. Whoever wins, this 7 ingenious jade will belong to that person. Originally, Ling Xiao was not interested in such a boring competition. However, when he heard the name of the 7 ingenious jade, he immediately laughed. This was really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. The 7 ingenious jade was an essential material for cultivating the saintly heavenly Linglong sword technique. To others, it might be used to calm one's inner demons during cultivation. However, to him, it was essential. Are you serious? At the thought of this, Ling Xiao looked at Yen Shifeng and asked, Of course. Yen Shifeng nodded. All right, I'm fine with it. Ling Xiao replied straightforwardly. Hearing this, Yen Shifeng was a little surprised. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would not agree. However, he could use this to divert Dark Frost's attention. This way, his grandson Yama would not be too embarrassed. Who knew that Ling Xiao would agree so straightforwardly? Could it be that this kid had some experience in killing monsters? Of course, he was just thinking about it. Since he had already said it, it was impossible to take it back. I'm fine with it too. Yama's reply was not slow either. After being scolded by Ming Shuang, he still had a belly full of anger that he had yet to vent. This was a good opportunity for the monster to vent its anger and embarrass Ling Xiao. Why not do it? Very well. Since you've all agreed to it, you can begin immediately once you hear my command. Although Yen Shifeng's heart ached for the 7 ingenious jade in his hands, when he thought about it carefully, the difference in cultivation between Ling Xiao and his grandson was too great. No matter how he looked at it, his grandson had won this battle. He was very happy to give this 7 ingenious jade to Yama. Brat, you managed to regain some face by relying on Hall Master Darkfrost's protection. But now, let's see who can help you. Yama stood on top of the city wall and glared at Ling Xiao. Hee, just don't cry later. Ling Xiao mocked. What a joke. Truth be told, before his breakthrough, Yama had been a bit afraid of Ling Xiao. After all, even the fiendish demon had died. He was somewhat worried, but now that he had broken through, he didn't care about Ling Xiao at all. What a joke. He was a mighty heaven-seizing, fate-exchanging expert, and Ling Xiao was just a 7th-level life-sizer. If he couldn't win, then he would be looking down on himself. Is everyone ready? Yen Shifeng asked. Perhaps it was because everyone had relaxed a lot, but now they had the time to turn around and watch the show. When they heard Yen Shifeng's voice, they all got excited. Old Lightning had been busy for a day and a night, so it wasn't a bad idea to watch the show. Who do you think will win? Duh! It's the exalted Yama, of course. There's no suspense. That's right, that's right. The difference in strength is obvious. Even if that Ling Xiao has some tricks up his sleeve, there's no way he can beat the exalted Yama. Yeah, the exalted Yama is already in the heaven-seizing, fate-exchanging level. I bet he's even stronger than the four kings of all kingdoms. He's the most outstanding young genius in all of the four organizations. What does Ling Xiao have to compete with him? Most of the people arguing were from the Soul Hall. As for the neutral side, they were hoping that the show would be more exciting and that no one would be the first to lose. But deep down, they were convinced that Yama would win. I'm ready, Ling Xiao said, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Since he had agreed to this competition, he had his own tricks up his sleeve. He was determined to obtain the 7 ingenious jade. Even if he had to play a little trick, he would not hesitate to do so. I'm ready as well. Yama was eager to give it a try. As an expert, he wouldn't think about outsmarting Ling Xiao. Instead, he decided to crush Ling Xiao with his strength. All right, get ready. Begin. As Yan Shifeng's voice fell, the Yama suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Extreme cold domain, frost dragon breath, bloodthirsty plague, boundary, martial spirit. Before Yama could react to what had happened, he found himself trapped in the boundary. Moreover, all sorts of negative statuses were added to his body, making him very depressed. This scene also stunned the people who were watching the show. Isn't this against the rules? Someone looked at Yan Shifeng and asked. Yan Shifeng was also stunned. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to do this. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao's strength was inferior to Yama's, and he definitely wouldn't dare to provoke Yama. But looking at the current situation, it didn't seem to be the case. Of course, it's not against the rules. After all, Yan Shifeng didn't say that you can't do this before. Dark Frost replied for Yan Shifeng. Yan Shifeng smiled bitterly, but there was nothing he could do. However, Yama was very happy at this moment. Idiot! I just wanted to find a chance to fight you one-on-one, but I was blocked by Palace Master Dark Frost. I didn't expect an idiot like you to deliver yourself to me. Just nice. Yama looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, We'll see if you can catch me. Ling Xiao mocked. In this world, as long as I don't want to die, warriors below the reincarnation divine realm can forget about catching me. Are you planning to escape for the rest of your life? Besides, you and I are both trapped here. Don't even think about hunting monsters. Yama said with a frown. Who told you I couldn't? Ling Xiao chuckled, releasing the 9-snake beast soul. Then his 9-snake venom domain bloomed among the monsters. Once again, the undying germs showed their might. At first, the monsters surrounded by the 9-snake venom domain were tormented by the germs until they died. The monsters that died were only in the 6th or 7th stage of the life-seizing level and weren't particularly strong. But then, the monsters came back to life, transformed into flaming skeletons, and worked together to kill the monsters around them. As a result, their strength continued to rise. Actually, they didn't need to get too strong. Yama couldn't kill any of the monsters, so as long as Ling Xiao's undying germs could kill 1 or 2 monsters, he would win. Yan Shifeng had given him 1 hour. As long as Ling Xiao could last an hour without being killed by Yama, he would win. Chapter 3406. Yama was about to explode from anger when he saw the flaming skeleton in the middle of battle. You're really shameless. Yama said angrily. Shameless? If you don't have the ability, then don't say that others are shameless. I'm killing monsters fair and square. Compared to the dirty things you've done, it's much more noble. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You're hiding to cultivate, but you're slandering and mocking people who are working hard to kill monsters. You're really shameless. Shut up, I'll kill you. Yama tried his best to calm himself down. It didn't matter if he lost the competition. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he didn't care about anything else. Thus, he began to attack wildly. However, Ling Xiao started to act shamelessly and refused to face him head-on. Extreme Frost Domain. Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps. The Yama demon was very depressed by the fact that he had to fight one after another. Although Yama was indeed stronger than Ling Xiao, in the Extreme Frost Domain, Ling Xiao was like a fish in water, difficult to catch. He wasted a full half an hour. Yama's face became more and more gloomy. All right, since I can't catch you, I won't catch you. I'll show you something ruthless. The Yama demon sneered and sent out a thought. With a thought, a huge ball of lightning appeared above his head. After this ball of lightning appeared, it continued to expand, as if it was going to fill up the entire barrier. Not good. This guy's soul secret technique is really strong. Ling Xiao frowned. Against large-scale attacks, the Extreme Frost Domain was still effective. However, the Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps couldn't be used in this barrier. It's about time, he muttered to himself, and then quietly withdrew his barrier martial soul. At that moment, the ball of lightning finally exploded. The area within a radius of more than 10 meters had almost become a field of lightning. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, aren't you very good at dodging? Let's see how you're going to dodge now. Yama was very excited. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he would be happy. I don't know what you're so happy about. It's such a powerful attack, but it doesn't have any aim. Where are you aiming? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's voice came from behind Yama. He was actually completely unharmed. Don't run. Yama's heart suddenly became extremely depressed. He didn't expect that his attack would actually miss completely. He chased after Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao continued to run towards the vast wilderness. Yama hesitated for a moment before chasing after him. He didn't believe that he wouldn't dare to go to a place that Ling Xiao could. One ran while the other chased. They went straight to the place where Ling Xiao had dealt with the monster. At this moment, only 3 flaming skeletons were left on the ground. However, there was something strange about the 3 flaming skeletons. Not only had they reached the 9th division of life seizing, but they had also reached a terrifying level. Furthermore, a pair of flaming wings had sprouted from its body. You 3, Yang Qi said, get over here and stop this bastard. With a thought from Ling Xiao, the 3 flaming skeletons stopped fighting and flew up into the air to surround Yama. Have fun, grandson, Yang Qi said. I'm heading back. Waving goodbye to Yama, Ling Xiao turned and left. You get back here. Yama said angrily. He knew that Ling Xiao had played him again. He wanted to chase after Ling Xiao, but before he could even get 2 meters away, one of the flaming skeletons blocked his path. Damn it! Just you wait, Ling Xiao. When we get back, I'm going to teach you a lesson. He didn't dare to be careless. After all, 3 flaming skeletons were in the 9th division of life seizing, and they could fly. There was no way they would be easy opponents to defeat. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was back in the green zone. Everyone was confused to see that he was the only one who had returned. Yen Shifeng couldn't help but ask, "Where's Yama?" "How would I know? I ran and ran, and I lost sight of him." Ling Xiao shrugged. "Damn it," Yen Shifeng said, flying up into the air to find Yama. He knew that Ling Xiao was crafty, and that Yama was no match for Ling Xiao in terms of scheming. He could only be toyed with. Worried about Yama's safety, he decided to go check on him. Prime Elder, Yen Shifeng, Yang Qi said, "If you're going to find him, why don't you give me the 7-fold Ingenuity Jade? It's against the rules for outsiders to join a fight. Ling Xiao smiled. Here you go. Without the slightest hesitation, Yan Shifeng handed the jade over to Ling Xiao. Compared to the outcome of this competition, he clearly felt that his grandson was more important. Thank you. Ling Xiao took the sevenfold ingenuity jade and chuckled. He called out to Dark Frost, and the two of them left, with the flaming skeleton that was getting stronger. The remaining monsters were not a problem. Moreover, it was already dawn. The monsters were no longer as ferocious as before and had begun to retreat. Even if they didn't fight, they would all leave in a while. What did you do to that llama? Dark Frost asked curiously. Nothing much. I lured him to the place where we fought and surrounded him with my flaming skeleton. Ling Xiao said casually, Hee, you're so bad. Dark Frost couldn't help but laugh. That's right, girl. Smile. I like to see you smile. Ever since the day Ling Xiao saw Dark Frost's expression had always been cold or bitter. It was obviously not good for a little girl to always have such an expression. He also hoped that Dark Frost could smile more. Although this kind of thing was not realistic, before leaving the Soul Hall, Ling Xiao would do his best. After returning to the Green Zone, Ling Xiao quickly entered a state of seclusion. The continuous battles had benefited him a lot. He needed to calm down and integrate all the good things into his cultivation. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tomorrow is the 10-day agreement. Why don't I relax? Ling Xiao, who was on Shuamu Lake, revealed a smile. He had already worked hard. At this time, the night of the 9th day had arrived. It was time to go and relax. Ming Shuang had been staying by his side all this time and hadn't gone out at all. He planned to take Dark Frost to the Green Zone to play before tomorrow's battle. The Green Zone was actually not small, and it had a very mature market. Especially after the last monster siege, the undead king was killed. The warriors of the Meteorite Zone finally gained the upper hand. These days, the number of warriors coming from outside was several times more than usual. Their arrival not only brought a lot of rumors, they also brought a lot of good things. Ling Xiao planned to go to the market to try his luck. Maybe he could find the materials to cultivate the 7-star heavenly meteorite sword art. Hearing that they were going out to play, Dark Frost was obviously very happy. It was just that this child was too good at hiding her emotions. Before the smile could spread, it disappeared again. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the transformation of Dark Frost had to be done slowly. It was a little difficult to let Dark Frost recover from the pain of the past in a short time. The market was indeed very lively. At this time, people were basically talking about tomorrow's battle. Ling Xiao and Yama became the center of the topic, and the battle had obviously become a big event in the entire Green Zone. Chapter 3407. Dark Frost didn't seem to be interested in shopping, but she was very concerned about the discussions of those people. Ling Xiao sighed and was about to leave. Originally, he came out to shop to change Dark Frost's mood. Since it was useless, why should he shop? Suddenly, his eyes locked onto an item on a stall. It was a beautiful bloodstone pendant. It emitted an intoxicating light. In the eyes of outsiders, this might just be an ordinary bloodstone pendant, which was basically useless for martial artists. It was just an ordinary ornament. But Ling Xiao could feel that the remnant soul of Yu Shen in his body seemed to have a reaction. Could it be that this bloodstone pendant was actually related to Yu Shen's remnant soul? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. Anyway, an ordinary ornament wasn't worth much money. If he bought it, even if it was useless, it wouldn't be a loss. Boss, how much is this thing? Ling Xiao asked. Dark Frost also noticed the bloodstone pendant at this time. although she didn't quite understand why Ling Xiao wanted that. But she still walked over. Seeing Dark Frost coming over, a hint of cunning flashed in the stall owner's eyes as he smiled and said, "This bloodstone pendant came from the Chicken Blood Mountain where Yushin once cultivated. The value is extremely high, but since it's Hall Master Darkfrost's friend who wants it, I'll give you a cheaper price. 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones." 100,000? Isn't it a bit too expensive? It's just an ordinary bloodstone. I can't see anything special about it. Ling Xiao frowned and said. He knew that this boss was ripping him off. It was obvious that he was cheating him. He probably thought that he was Darkfrost's friend, so he had more spirit stones. It was true that he had a lot of spirit stones, but he really didn't want to be a sucker. "Pauper, isn't it just 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones? I'll take it." At this moment, a very unpleasant voice came. Ling Xiao didn't need to look to know who it was. It was Yama. Today's Yama felt stronger than 7 days ago, although his cultivation was still at heaven-seizing, fate-changing realm. However, in terms of aura, it was indeed much stronger. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that Lord Yama is still alive. Congratulations. 7 days ago, the two of them competed. Ling Xiao lured Yama out of the green zone, and then let his flaming skeletons besiege him. However, he was later rescued by Yan Shifeng. This grudge had been formed. Therefore, Ling Xiao could understand why this guy would stand out to pick a fight. Humph, I still remember what happened that day. Tomorrow is the 10th day. I don't know if you're ready to die. Yama snorted coldly. The battle between Yama and Ling Xiao tomorrow was basically known to all the martial artists in the market. Seeing the two of them actually appear here at the same time, they couldn't help but come over to watch the show. Hee, I don't know how to die. I only know how to kill. Ling Xiao said with a smile, "You escaped a calamity last time. You should learn to be obedient. For tomorrow's battle, I think it's better for you to admit defeat early. Otherwise, you'll definitely die." Bullshit. How can Lord Yama lose to a guy like you who bewitches people's hearts? The Soul Hall martial artists who stood on Yama's side naturally occupied the majority. In front of Darkfrost, they didn't dare to speak too overboard. However, they all thought that it was Ling Xiao who bewitched Darkfrost, causing Darkfrost to protect Ling Xiao at all times. This made the Soul Hall martial artists hate Ling Xiao even more. Slap your mouth. When Ling Xiao said this, a palm print appeared on that person's face. I bewitched people's hearts? Are you trying to say that your hall master's brain isn't as good as yours? That person was originally hit by Ling Xiao and was still very angry. However, when he heard this, his expression immediately changed drastically. Apologies, Hall Master. I didn't mean that. Darkfrost didn't mind. If he was bewitched, so be it. In any case, she just felt that Ling Xiao treated her well. If he didn't treat her well, would Ling Xiao save her life time and time again? In this world, how many people would risk their lives for others? Ling Xiao, you're becoming more and more arrogant by relying on the Hall Master's favor. You actually dare to casually hit my inner hall martial artists, Yama said coldly. I'm arrogant. Are you going to bite me? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You. Yama had never seen someone like Ling Xiao. He couldn't win an argument and didn't even dare to hit him. It was simply infuriating. Just you wait. I'll definitely teach you a lesson tomorrow. He could only suppress his anger. After all, tomorrow was the last day of the promise of 10 days. Let this brat be arrogant for one more day. It was nothing. I'm already very good-looking. I don't need your help. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Yama felt that he was going crazy. He couldn't be bothered to continue entangling with Ling Xiao. Instead, he looked at Darkfrost and said, Hall Master, if you like this bloodstone pendant, I'll buy it for you. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is nothing to me. He had just arrived and thought that the one who wanted to buy the bloodstone pendant was Darkfrost and not Ling Xiao. That was why he made such a move. No need. I can still afford 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Darkfrost said indifferently. She didn't want to owe Yama a favor. Girl, why don't you want it? He's so rich and wants to curry favor. There's no loss in accepting it. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Seeing that Yama was so attentive, how could he reject him? All right. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Darkfrost nodded. Thank you for your sincerity. The boss didn't care who paid. As long as they paid, it was fine. He handed the pendant to Yama. Yama respectfully handed it back to Darkfrost. Brother Ling Xiao, this is for you. Darkfrost was too naive. She didn't expect that doing this would cause such a serious blow to Yama. She actually gave the bloodstone pendant to Ling Xiao in front of Yama. Ling Xiao didn't hold back at all. He smiled at Yama and hung the pendant around his neck. Thank you, Master Yama. This little thing is really not worth 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Since you are so generous, then I'll reluctantly accept it. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Darkfrost, how can you do this? Yama was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. What did I do? You were the one who thought too highly of yourself. You insisted on buying it. I told you I wasn't short on spirit stones. Darkfrost's expression was cold, and she didn't give Yama any face at all. Great, great, that's great. Yama's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. As far as he was concerned, this was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. He simply couldn't accept it, and yet, with Darkfrost here, there was nothing he could do about it. Therefore, he had no choice but to vent his anger on the stall owner. Die, Yama said with a cold snort. Waving his right hand, he sent out a terrifying bolt of lightning that slammed into the stall owner. The stall owner was instantly killed. For better or for worse, the stall owner was in the 8th division of life seizing, and yet Yama had killed him with a single move. The Yama Devil's strength was not to be underestimated. Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy for the dead stall owner. An ordinary bloodstone pendant was being sold for 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, and to the Chief of Hall of Souls at that. If that wasn't suicidal, then what was? This was the primeval necropolis. If one was not strong enough to cheat others here, wouldn't that be the same as seeking death? Chapter 3408. Killing was always the main theme of the immemorial divine tomb, and the law of the jungle was even more terrifying here than anywhere else. Lord Yama, you're so impressive. Ling Xiao smiled and directly held Darkfrost's small hand in front of everyone, turned around, and left. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Yama's mouth was bleeding. He had bitten his gums so hard that they broke. It was enough to show how angry he was at this moment. Lord Yama, don't mind him. That kid only dares to be so presumptuous because of Hall Master Darkfrost's protection. Yes, in the end, that kid is trash. In tomorrow's battle, Lord Yama will definitely kill that kid. Yes, yes, yes. After tomorrow, Lord Yama will have the Ice Emperor's inheritance. At that time, his strength will not lose to Darkfrost's. The position of Hall Master of Soul Hall should be changed. Listening to these people's flattery, Yama's mood improved slightly. But when he saw Ling Xiao and Darkfrost holding hands, his mentality collapsed again. Bastard couple, I will definitely make you regret it. Definitely. He gritted his teeth fiercely, then turned around and walked towards Soul Hall. Today, the inner hall was holding an internal meeting. Only the upper echelons of the inner hall were qualified to participate, and the outer hall, including the hall master, were not allowed to be present. Yama could roughly guess what this meeting was about. At that time, the three ancestors would probably also appear. Ling Xiao and Dark Frost, your good days have come to an end. Beside Xuanwu Lake, Ling Xiao and Dark Frost walked together, looking at the scenery on the lake and feeling the fresh air. Dark Frost suddenly said, "Brother Ling Xiao, I feel that something is wrong today. That Yama is usually not so bold. I keep feeling that there is some conspiracy brewing in the dark." "You noticed it too?" Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Yama's eyes are flickering with madness. I also feel that something is wrong. If it was just to kill me, he shouldn't have done that." "Then what should we do?" Dark Frost asked. "Two choices. First, we should leave the green zone now and go far away. It doesn't matter what they are plotting. Second, stay here. No matter what kind of scheme it is, we'll bear it together." Ling Xiao replied, "If you leave, you'll definitely be called a coward. Don't you care?" Dark Frost could not help but ask. "That's nothing. I'm used to being scolded all the time. In this world, you can't live a better life just because you have a sharp tongue. If that's the case, I'll be invincible. In this world, it's all about strength. As long as we're strong enough, those bullshit will disappear sooner or later." Ling Xiao said nonchalantly, "The key problem is actually you, me." Dark Frost was stunned for a moment and was somewhat puzzled. "You've been hiding it from me, haven't you? Actually, the Soul Hall should have something on you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stayed here forever. After all, there's only pain and torture here." Ling Xiao suddenly said, "You actually know about it." Dark Frost was very surprised. "You don't have to be so surprised. I'm not an idiot. There are some things that I can always sense." Ling Xiao sighed and said, In the end, you still don't trust me completely." No. It's definitely not like that. I just don't want Brother Ling Xiao to take the risk." Dark Frost shook her head. "All right, then tell me, what happened that made you have no choice but to stay in this dark place?" Ling Xiao asked. "Actually, it's nothing. The souls of the soul race are very powerful. And unlike ordinary people, our souls are divided into two parts. One part is the life soul, and the other part is the Dharma soul. The life soul is the key to a person's survival. The Dharma soul is the key to using soul secret arts. In fact, the two aren't so clearly separated. They are mixed with each other. So even if one soul is preserved, one can still live. My life soul is sealed by the inner hall. There's only the Dharma soul in my body, so my emotions are very indifferent. Once I'm too far away from the soul hall or away for too long, I can't do it. Shameless." Before Dark Frost finished speaking, Ling Xiao had already cursed. He really didn't expect the soul hall's inner hall to be so shameless. Not only did they make a little girl suffer immense torture, but they also wanted to control her. They actually sealed her life soul, which was half of her soul. No wonder Dark Frost didn't dare to kill Yama. It turned out that she was worried about that. "Do you know where the life soul is sealed?" Ling Xiao asked. "It should be on a certain patriarch." Dark Frost said, "I see. By keeping this thing by your side, it won't affect your movements and can control you. These guys are really sneaky." Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with hatred. "Girl, don't worry. Since I know about this, I'll definitely help you get your life soul back." "That's not important." Dark Frost shook her head and said, "I only hope that Brother Ling Xiao can be safe and sound. They can control my life soul and can only bind me here, but they can't stop me from killing people. If they dare to do anything to you, I'll definitely make everyone in the Soul Hall regret it." Hearing Dark Frost's words, Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. However, he had already decided that no matter what, he would take back the life soul for Dark Frost. Even if he had to become enemies with the entire Soul Hall, he wouldn't hesitate. After all, if Darkfrost could become enemies with the Soul Hall for him, why couldn't he? Little Gold should be waking up soon. He could feel that his strength had increased a lot this time. This was very important for seizing the life soul. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had finally sensed the changes in Cold Plum when he was cultivating recently. After detoxifying Cold Plum, he had placed Cold Plum in the Mountain River realm to rest. However, a few days ago when he went to check again, he discovered that the butterfly lady, who had always been in the Mountain River realm, had disappeared. Surprisingly, a pair of beautiful butterfly wings had actually grown out of Cold Plum's back. Moreover, he had asked Lung Mei about it, and Lung Mei said that she had an additional memory in her mind. This memory seemed to be a part of her missing memories. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked when he heard this. Cold Plum's identity had always been unknown. The butterfly lady's identity was also a mystery. Unexpectedly, there was actually a special connection between the two. This was very surprising. According to the Yuan Venerate, Cold Plum's identity might have been a human immortal from the primordial era, or even an existence on par with the human monarch. However, because of the primordial war, Cold Plum's soul had shattered and turned into many parts. Cold Plum's memories had become incomplete ever since. The butterfly lady was actually a part of Cold Plum's memories. However, these memories were clearly incomplete. However, after Cold Plum fused with the butterfly lady, her strength and talent had soared. There was no need to doubt this. Chapter 3409. Ling Xiao and Darkfrost's worries were not without reason, because at this moment a secret meeting was being held in the inner palace. This meeting involved the future development of the Soul Palace. Sitting in the meeting room was Yen Shifeng, as well as the upper echelons of the inner palace, including Yama, Blood Demon, and Lung Chuyen. There were also a few core elders of the inner palace. Even the 3 inner palace patriarchs had appeared. However, these 3 did not reveal their true bodies. Only 3 phantoms looming in the meeting room. But no one dared to be disrespectful to them. Shifeng, everyone is here. What are you going to do? One of the patriarchs asked faintly. Many people might not know that these 3 patriarchs were the Soul Palace 3 demons in the past: Ice Demon Patriarch, Fire Demon Patriarch, and Thunder Demon Patriarch. However, their seniority was much higher than Yama and Blood Demon. They were powerhouses who had existed since the establishment of the Soul Palace. It was a pity that after their cultivation reached a certain stage, they stopped advancing. Their lifespan was decreasing rapidly. The reason why they chose the meteorite zone to come to the immemorial divine tomb this time was largely because there were enough monsters here to obtain a large number of life crystals, to extend the lifespan of the 3 demon patriarchs. If they lived for one more day, they might break through. Every time they broke through, their lifespan would increase by a lot. 3 patriarchs, my meaning is very clear. Darkfrost is no longer the palace master. We need to replace her with a new palace master. Yen Shifeng said faintly. Although many people had thought of this matter, they were still a little surprised when they heard it from Yen Shifeng. A new palace master? The problem is that Darkfrost's reputation in the outer palace is extremely high. Moreover, she killed the undead king this time, and her reputation has soared. Is it appropriate to touch her now? One of the elders asked. Now is the best opportunity. Yen Shifeng said sternly, and I have already made a comprehensive plan. When the time comes, not only will we abolish Darkfrost, the palace master, but if anyone in the outer palace dares to follow her, get rid of them all. The day will be tomorrow. Tomorrow? Isn't that the day of the battle between Ling Xiao and Lord Yama? Someone asked. That's right. After Yama kills Ling Xiao, he will definitely cause Darkfrost to lose her mind. At that point, we will launch a sudden attack. As long as I use the treasures in the inner hall, my chances of success will greatly increase. After that, let Qiu Yen possess Dark Frost. You only need to kill the traitors of the Outer Palace. If we succeed, our Soul Palace will have the Ice Emperor's inheritance and the Soul Emperor's inheritance. Let me ask you, is there anyone in the western regions who can match us? Yen Shifeng said coldly. Let's do it, Yama suddenly said. Today I met Dark Frost and Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao humiliated me. However, Dark Frost was actually helping Ling Xiao. In my opinion, if we hadn't imprisoned her soul, she would have attacked us long ago. Rather than that, it would be better to be straightforward and kill her as well. As long as her body belongs to my mother, not only will our Soul Palace not suffer any losses, but our Soul Palace will also not suffer any losses. Instead, we will become even stronger. What do you think, forefathers? Yen Shifeng raised his head and asked. When Soul Palace was founded, there was no outer palace. This outer palace was suggested by one of the palace masters. Actually, all three of us were against it. Slaves are slaves. To have a separate outer palace is clearly lowering the status of masters like us. The Ice Devil forefather said coldly. This plan is basically complete, but there is one point. Can Yama really defeat Ling Xiao? Forefather, please don't worry. Yama is already at the destiny-changing realm and has a supreme treasure like the soul-extinguishing sword. In addition to the barren sword art that he cultivates, killing Ling Xiao will be as easy as flipping his hand. Moreover, Ling Xiao has already been forbidden from using his most powerful Ice Emperor inheritance. In that case, what is there to be afraid of for Ling Xiao? Yen Shifeng said with a smile. Yes, if that's the case, then there's nothing to lose. However, just in case, we still have to hide Dark Frost Soul. As long as that thing is in our hands, even if something unexpected happens, we can turn the tables in one fell swoop. The Fire Devil forefather said in a deep voice. Forefathers, please don't worry. Dark Frost's soul is in my hands. Yen Shifeng took out a round ball from his storage ring. There was a pulsing, light blue light inside. It was Dark Frost's soul. As long as I, Yen Shifeng, am alive, my soul will not be lost. Yen Shifeng swore. Yama was a little speechless at the cautiousness of these old fellows. They were clearly looking down on him. However, he still did not dare to refute. After all, the three forefathers were too powerful. He could not afford to offend them. If he really offended any of them, he might even lose his life in the end. All right, let's end the meeting here. Don't make a fuss. Prepare in secret. Tomorrow will be the day of change. The Thunder Devil waved his hand, and the three figures disappeared. Then, the others left one after another. Yen Shifeng said to Yama, Tomorrow, you are the key to the entire plan. Ling Xiao must die. Only when he dies will Dark Frost's emotions be affected. Only when her emotions are affected will I have the chance to use that treasure. You know, Grandpa, don't worry. In tomorrow's battle, I will definitely make Ling Xiao die without a burial ground. Yama nodded heavily. Actually, even if Yen Shifeng hadn't said it, he had already planned to do so. Ling Xiao, that fellow, was really too infuriating. No matter what, he would not let him go. The next morning, numerous martial artists had already gathered by Lake Xuanwu. In addition to the martial artists from the Hall of Souls, there were also many neutral martial artists. Everyone knew that today, Ling Xiao and Yama would have a showdown. Ling Xiao was the mysterious man with Dark Frost. Many people had come to the Green Zone recently, and many knew of his past deeds. When he was in the 6th stage of life seizing, he had killed the Mirror Devil King of the Myriad Kingdoms and seriously injured the Koi King. He had also taken the Ice Emperor's legacy from the Dragon Shark King. 3 of the 4 kings of the myriad kingdoms had done nothing to stop him. It was easy to imagine how terrifying he was. However, such rumors were treated as a joke, and only a small number of people believed them. Most people thought it was just a rumor. After all, with Ling Zhao's little bit of strength, how could he possibly accomplish such a thing? This was simply too absurd. Only an idiot would believe such a laughable rumor. As for Yama, most people were familiar with him. He was a top genius from the Hall of Souls, second only to Darkfrost. His cultivation base was already in the heaven-seizing Fate Swap level, and he wasn't any weaker than the Dragon Shark King or the Heavenly Prince. Apparently, the Dragon Shark King had also recently broken through. As for the Heavenly Prince, he had received the legacy of the Heavenly Sword Emperor. That was why Yama needed the Ice Emperor's legacy. Chapter 34:10. A month from now, the master of the God Devil Medallion would personally host a competition between young martial artists in the primeval god Necropolis. Supposedly, the top 3 would receive personal guidance from the master of the God Devil Medallion, and the rewards would be lavish. Perhaps that was why Yama was so desperate to get stronger. Yama had arrived early and was sitting with the leaders of Soul Hall, waiting for the competition to begin. Right now, the only thing on his mind was the legacy of the Ice Emperor. Don't worry, Exalted Yama. You're already in the heaven-seizing Fate Exalted level. So why would you care about a piece of trash in the 7th division of life seizing? That's right. Given your latent talent, once you get the legacy of the Ice Emperor, you'll be even stronger. It wouldn't be surprising if you broke through to the reincarnation god realm. In a month, you'll definitely get into the top 3 with the legacy of the Ice Emperor in the God Devil Invitational. Then, you'll receive personal guidance from the master of the God Devil Medallion. When that happens, Soul Hall will be even stronger. What do you mean top 3? I'll definitely take first place. You can't say that. I haven't even gotten the legacy of the Ice Emperor yet. Yama sounded very humble, but inside, he was feeling very good. It was almost as if he could already see himself in the God Devil Invitational a month from now. You're far too humble, Exalted Yama. If you ask me, Ling Xiao doesn't deserve the legacy of the Ice Emperor. If he got the legacy of the Ice Emperor, it would be a complete waste. It would be a complete waste. If the Exalted Yama had the legacy of the Ice Emperor, he would have mastered it long ago. Unlike that piece of trash, who hasn't made any progress. Ha ha ha. Yama chuckled, but didn't deny it. It was almost as if he had forgotten that he had failed to gain enlightenment of the Soul Emperor's legacy. It was hard to say where he got his confidence from. Why did he think he could gain enlightenment of the legacy of the Ice Emperor? It was almost laughable, and yet everyone seemed to have tacitly chosen to ignore that fact. Of course, one had to admit that Yama was indeed powerful. Heaven-seizing, fate-changing realm. On top of that, the soul-extinguishing sword that was passed down from his ancestors was a precious Emperor artifact. In addition, there was also the barren sword art that he had successfully cultivated 7 days ago. That was an elementary king level martial skill. Even in the entire Western region, it was one of the top martial skills. With the 3 of them combined, how could Ling Xiao possibly be a match for him? However, no one realized that the atmosphere today was a little strange. In Soul Hall, almost all the inner hall martial practitioners had come out. However, only a small portion of the outer hall martial practitioners had come to guard the perimeter. This was something unusual. However, on this unusual day, no one would care about those unusual things. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the upcoming decisive battle. Time passed by, and it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. Everyone was getting a little impatient. Doesn't that Ling Xiao live on Xuanwu Lake? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Don't tell me he slipped away? Ha, that's possible. When he made the bet with the exalted Yama, Yama was only in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. I bet he never imagined that the exalted Yama would break through. Maybe he was too scared to show up. But according to the rumors outside, he seems to be very brave and fierce. Ha ha ha, you idiot. How could you believe those rumors? That guy must have paid someone to put on a show of bravado for him. You think that's enough to scare the exalted Yama? What a joke. Whether it was the neutral camp or the Seoul Hall martial practitioners, everyone was getting impatient with Ling Xiao for not showing up. None of the words they said were pleasant to hear. It was almost as if Ling Xiao really had chosen to run away. Grandpa, is Ling Xiao really still in the green zone? Yama suddenly looked over at Yen Shifeng. What's the rush? He's obviously trying to mess with your mind. If you get anxious, you won't be able to keep your cool. If you can't keep your cool, you won't be able to unleash your full power. Yen Shifeng looked at Yama. He'll come. That kid isn't afraid of dying. Actually, that's good for you. If he's not afraid of dying, you'll be able to kill him. Of course, you have to be careful. Don't be careless just because he can't use the Ice Emperor's legacy. That kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. You saw those strange flaming skeletons last time. Grandson understands. Yama nodded, although inwardly he didn't think much of it. If Ling Xiao couldn't use the Ice Emperor's legacy, what was there to be afraid of? What Ling Xiao had done 7 days ago was only useful against a large number of weak opponents. In a one-on-one fight, it was useless. Bluntly speaking, it was useless. Yang Qi really couldn't think of anything to be worried about. Even as he was lost in thought, the waters of Lake Xuanwu began to churn. Soon, a figure appeared on the surface of the lake. Ling Xiao was walking across the water toward the shore. Humph, you really know how to put on an act. I can't believe you're trying to show off in a situation like this. Yama snorted coldly, clearly disdainful of Ling Xiao's actions. Ling Xiao walked across the water like a divine dragon. His black hair floated in the wind, and his green robes danced in the wind. Many of the female martial artists in the crowd couldn't help but shriek. Their shrieks irritated some of the male martial artists. What the hell is this? Come on, come on. What a show-off. That's right, that's right. The way I see it, he's just trying to hide the fear in his heart. Don't be fooled by how calm he looks. Deep down, he's probably terrified. After all, his opponent, Yama, is in the heaven-seizing, fate-exchanging level. And he's just a 7th division life-sizer. The difference between the two of them is huge. I can't believe you idiots don't believe me. I'm from the Glacier District. I saw this kid walk out of the Ice Emperor's tomb with my own eyes. King Dragon Shark, King Koi, and King Mirror Devil were all there. If he could take the Ice Emperor's legacy from those three, how could he possibly be weak? Many of the Glacier District martial artists were feeling indignant on behalf of Ling Xiao. Bullshit! Do you really think anyone would believe that rumor? Do you really think they're idiots? Don't listen to that idiot. The way I see it, Ling Xiao is going to die here today. The dissent was quickly suppressed. Everyone finally came to a consensus. They all felt that Ling Xiao was just a show-off, who knew how to show off. He didn't have much strength. As for Palace Master Ming Shuang, such a cute little girl, she was also deceived by this guy's flirtatious appearance. Otherwise, why would she be with him? Big bro Ling Xiao, they're laughing at you. Dark Frost suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Apparently, no one had noticed her just now. I'm used to it, Yang Qi said. Most people like to follow the crowd. Whatever others say, they say. They think it's the truth. Little do they know that only a few people are right. Chapter 34:11. You don't seem to have gotten over it. Dark Frost could see the cold gleam in Ling Xiao's eyes. I might be immune, but I'm not the type to hold grudges. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly. Waving at Yama, he said, "There's no need to waste any more time. Get over here. Today's arena is Lake Xuanwu." Lake Xuanwu wasn't exactly large, but it wasn't small either. It was large enough for Yama and Ling Xiao to fight. At the same time, it wasn't so large that the audience couldn't see the fight clearly. The people from Seoul Hall really wanted Yama to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone. First, they wanted to intimidate anyone who dared to oppose Seoul Hall. Second, they wanted to show off their martial prowess. Dark Frost was standing on the shore, some distance away from Yan Shifeng and the others. However, Yan Shifeng was confident that he could control her. Everything depended on Yama. If Yama killed Ling Xiao, then the plan could begin. Yama had been waiting impatiently for a long time now. As soon as Ling Xiao called out to him, he slapped his chair and flew up into the air, landing on the calm surface of the lake. The two of them were about 50 meters away from each other. As of this moment, the atmosphere was very tense. Many of the people who had been talking suddenly shut their mouths and waited for the fight to begin. Facing Yama, Ling Xiao didn't dare to underestimate him. Underestimating him could lead to death. He wasn't that stupid. Without any hesitation, he transformed into his unbounded heavenly mouse beast soul form, causing all of his beast souls to appear behind him. Ordinary beast soul forms could increase his power by 10 times, but the unbounded heavenly mouse beast soul form could increase his power by another 10 times. Not 20 times, but 100 times. That was a difference of 2 levels. Ling Xiao was currently at the peak of the 7th division of life seizing. Although he had been cultivating for 7 days, he still hadn't made a breakthrough. Therefore, today's battle was actually the best opportunity for him to break through. Ordinary beast soul transformation could increase his strength by 1 level, reaching the peak of rank 8. The peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation could raise his strength by 2 tiers, reaching the peak of heavenly rat stage 9. Even so, there was still a gap of 10 times between him and Yama. He could only rely on the 9 sovereign sword tactics, the divine body of the black tortoise, and many beast souls to make up for the gap. Of course, he could still summon his sky tyrant martial spirit. He had already used the tyrannical sky martial spirit several times in front of others, and he realized that he might have been worrying too much. No one seemed to recognize that the original form of the tyrant martial spirit was the mountain river martial spirit. Of course, even so, he was still cautious and would not use it unless he had no other choice. Other than the sky tyrant martial spirit, he also had other means to weaken his opponents. If all of them were combined, they might be able to win. If that didn't work, wasn't there still the sanguinary rat? Although the negative effects would be great in the end, in order to win, it didn't matter. Of course, he wouldn't use it at first. If he always relied on the sanguinary rat's self-harming secret technique, he wouldn't be able to go far. After the transformation, Ling Xiao exuded a ferocious and terrifying aura, especially that pair of ice-cold eyes. They were deep and terrifying. The Tai Chi eye and 4-leaf demonic eyes opened at the same time. Ling Xiao was ready for a tough battle. As far as he was concerned, the battle against the Yama Devils was a battle of ascension, a battle to survive, and a battle to grow stronger. He couldn't lose. If he lost, he would lose everything. TSK. A monster will always be a monster. It's ridiculous that you have to transform to fight. Seeing that Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation was completed, Yama mocked. It's better than a beast in human skin. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Yama was regretting it. He knew that he couldn't win against his opponent with words, but he still had to put in the effort. It was an arduous and thankless task. looking at the depressed Yama. Ling Xiao didn't stop releasing his power. The intermediate king, level black, tortoise divine physique, was also activated. Ling Xiao's body was wrapped in a layer of yellow light. In addition, a faint shadow of a black tortoise appeared on his body. It let out a ferocious roar. Yama frowned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a divine ability in addition to the Ice Emperor's inheritance. I don't care what you're cultivating. Anyway, when you die, everything you have will be mine. Yama thought to himself, whether it was the Ice Emperor's inheritance or such a powerful body-refining technique, he wouldn't let go of it. In his eyes, Ling Xiao had become a huge treasure chest. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, the treasures in the treasure chest would drop one by one. If you want the good stuff on me, why don't you make a move? Ling Xiao stood there, ready for everything. Facing Yama, he didn't show the slightest fear. His fighting spirit was even rumbling. Well, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yama snorted coldly. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was too weak to take the initiative to attack. But he was different. The cultivation of the heaven-changing fate realm gave him an extremely powerful combat strength. What was he afraid of? But even so, he still planned to test Ling Xiao's situation at first. After all, Ling Xiao was very cunning. He had to be on guard. Yama stepped lightly on the green water. His body trembled and suddenly shot out. He didn't use the soul extinguishing sword. He didn't even draw his sword. He just punched out. He used a martial arts technique at the peak of the general level, not his trump card. He didn't underestimate his opponent. Although Yama was frivolous, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent in a life-and-death battle. The reason why he used a martial arts technique at the peak of the general level was precisely because he was cautious. The boat was small, so it was easy to turn around. The moves were small, so it was easier to adapt. Otherwise, once he used his ultimate move, it would be too late to regret. Of course, this also had to do with Yama's arrogance. After all, he was in the heaven-changing fate realm. Why would he use a king-class martial arts technique against a 7th-level life-sizer? He moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Ling Xiao. However, the Yama demon had used the soul race's most proficient fighting style before his fist even touched soaring cloud. Soul-stirring devil light. His eyes abruptly shot out a purplish-black light. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt dizzy, and his limbs couldn't move. A secret soul technique. The moment he sensed his opponent's intention, Ling Xiao's soul power was already activated. He instantly neutralized the soul-stirring devil light's attack, and then used his fists to block in front of him. Wind-chasing devil lightning fist. The instant he used the soul-stirring devil light, Yama's fist slammed into Ling Xiao's arms. All of this seemed complicated, but it happened in the blink of an eye. A terrifying force slammed into Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, and he was sent flying backward. Waves rolled beneath his feet. He flew back dozens of meters before coming to a stop. Yama didn't pursue. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and stood there proudly. Looking coldly at Ling Xiao, he said, "I told you, in my eyes, you're a piece of trash. Killing you is as easy as playing with a toy. I can toy with you to death." Chapter 34:12. Yama was very pleased with himself for suppressing Tang Wulin with one strike. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. The Yama demons are still strong. They managed to make Ling Xiao suffer a loss with just one move. Yama is strong, but Ling Xiao is too weak. This battle has been boring from the start. I think it's quite interesting. Let's see how Lord Yama kills that trash. Isn't that good? Everyone's discussion represented the current situation of the battle. Darkfrost clenched her fists, somewhat worried. However, Ling Xiao's face didn't show the slightest trace of fear. Soul, moving demonic light. Soul's secret art. Interesting. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a confident smile, and then he suddenly shot out. The ghost god seal had already formed in his hand. Yama looked disdainfully at the charging Ling Xiao, not even interested in dodging. This was because he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could hurt him. Four-leaf demonic eyes, soul catcher. When they were only 2 to 3 meters away, Ling Xiao's four-leaf demonic pupils suddenly opened. A strange light penetrated the 2 or 3 meters. It hit Yama. In that moment, the Yama demon froze in place. Only when Ling Xiao's ghost god seal was almost touching his body did he react. His hasty block made him look very wretched. His body was also sent dozens of meters away. You want to play me to death? Then why are you retreating? Ling Xiao stood there and didn't pursue. Instead, he looked at Yama mockingly, returning the words back to him. That Ling Xiao isn't of the soul race, right? But in that instant, why did it feel like his soul force was stronger than many soul race martial artists? Yan Shifeng frowned. Many soul hall martial artists also saw it. Just now, Yama had been affected by Ling Xiao's soul technique. Logically speaking, this was simply impossible. After all, Yama was a well-known figure among the soul race martial artists. Everyone knew how strong his soul force was. Humph! Even if you know how to use soul power, how can you compare to my soul race? What's more, your attack is weak and powerless. It's only fit to tickle me, Yama said disdainfully. Even if I stand here and let you blast me, you won't be able to kill me. Your attack isn't that great either. Ling Xiao sneered. Then I'll let you try again. Yama was infuriated. He had actually suffered a loss, but he absolutely did not believe that he was a mighty heaven-seizing fate-exchanging expert, and yet he was dealing with a mere 7th Division life-sizer. He actually had to rely on a king-level martial skill to defeat Ling Xiao. Therefore, the sudden attack he launched was still the wind-chasing Devil Thunder Fist, which was still a martial arts technique at the peak of the general realm. Ling Xiao sneered when he saw Yama's attack. The earthen yellow light around him transformed into an enormous Xuanwu turtle. The Xuanwu turtle completely enveloped him. Did he really think he could hurt him with a martial arts technique at the peak of the general realm? This time, he didn't try to defend himself. He simply stood there, allowing his opponent to attack him. A look of disdain and coldness appeared in his eyes. His actions caused cries of astonishment to ring out from the crowd. Is that kid trying to get himself killed? Does he really think he can block His Excellency Yama's attack by relying on his defense alone? He's crazy. He's definitely crazy. His opponent is a heaven-seizing fate-exchanging expert, and he's using a martial arts technique at the peak of the general realm. Unless he has a king-level body tempering art or a defensive technique, how could he possibly dare to do something like this? What a bunch of idiots. Even Prince Tian couldn't kill Ling Xiao. I refuse to believe that Yama can. Most people in the crowd thought Ling Xiao was crazy, but there were also people who had complete confidence in Ling Xiao. Dark Frost stood there nervously. However, she forced herself to remain calm. He can do it. There's no problem. Dark Frost told herself in her heart that Ling Xiao was definitely not trying to get himself killed. He really had the ability to resist this kind of attack. She believed in Ling Xiao. You're courting death. Yama didn't think too much. This time, he didn't use his soul force. Anyway, his opponent didn't intend to dodge, although he didn't quite understand why Ling Xiao was doing this. Since his opponent had given him such a good opportunity, why should he waste it? Amidst the roar, the wind-chasing Devil Thunder Fist crazily bombarded Ling Xiao's body. The attack was real. Yama was sure of that. However, he didn't feel very good. This punch didn't feel like it had hit a human body. Instead, it felt more like it had hit a mountain. Hard. Other than hard, there was no other feeling. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's body burned with crazy flames. The flames instantly spread to Yama's fist. At first, Yama didn't pay much attention to it. How could an ordinary flame hurt Yama? However, the moment he felt the stinging pain, he finally screamed and retreated. Strange flame. Amidst the screams, he retreated a full 60 to 70 meters before he finally used his true essence to expel the strange flame. After all, he was a heaven-changing realm martial artist. Although he would still be burned by the strange flame, he had the ability to resist. However, he looked a little embarrassed at the moment. On his fist, there were burn marks. There was also a faint smell of meat in the air. On the other side, Ling Xiao didn't retreat an inch. The powerful intermediate king divine body of the black tortoise gave him a terrifying defensive power. Together with the canopy beast soul, he could completely merge with nature on this black tortoise lake. In fact, Yama didn't feel like he had hit a mountain. He really hit a mountain. By controlling nature, one could borrow power. Power was everywhere. It could be used to attack and defend. Ling Xiao was borrowing the power of this black tortoise lake. There was naturally a reason why he chose to fight here, and that was to ensure that he wouldn't die. Ling Xiao's black tortoise divine body was incomparably powerful. Even the extremely cold blizzard in the glacier area couldn't destroy him. Now, his black tortoise divine body had advanced further. Even if a reincarnation realm martial artist wanted to kill him, it would be very troublesome, not to mention a mere heaven-changing realm martial artist. Because Ling Xiao basically acted alone, he had always had high requirements for speed and defense. Because with these two, he would be in an invincible position. He had to protect himself first before he could think of a way to destroy his opponent. Now, in this immemorial divine tomb, no one could reach the terrifying level of the black tortoise divine body in terms of defense. Damn, no way. Ling Xiao is actually so strong. Everyone's eyeballs fell to the ground again. Just now, Ling Xiao used a secret soul technique to make Yama suffer a loss. This time, a strange fire broke out and burned Yama's arm. This was completely different from what they had expected. In their expectations, Ling Xiao should have been killed without any resistance. But now, Ling Xiao seemed to have the upper hand. Yama's expression was also very ugly. He finally understood why his grandfather and mother told him not to underestimate Ling Xiao. They told him not to underestimate the enemy. This Ling Xiao was really difficult to deal with. Although he wasn't strong, he had a lot of tricks. Chapter 34:13. It was Yama who attacked, but the one who was injured was Yama himself. What was Ling Xiao's body refining technique? Why was it so powerful? Everyone was shocked. They knew very well that Ling Xiao had used this special body refining technique to block Yama's attack. Moreover, he had injured Yama with the alien fire. However, they had no idea what kind of body refining technique Ling Xiao used and how he could use the alien fire. The people of the Hall of Souls were silent. Everyone's face seemed to have been slapped hard, and they could not say a word. They were all clamoring that Yama could easily kill Ling Xiao, but in the end, this was the situation. A rare smile appeared on Darkfrost's smiling face. Although she had lost her life spirit, and her emotions were not as rich, she could still show it at this time. "My lord Yama, didn't you say that you could kill me with one blow? Then what are you doing now?" Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Yama mockingly. "I advise you to use your king-level martial technique. A peak general-level martial technique can't break my defense at all. You're just wasting your effort." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Yama's face became even gloomier. He had lost a lot of face today. If they couldn't turn the situation around, then it would really be a huge loss of face. Those martial artists who were watching the show were probably laughing at him now. At the thought of this, he was burning with anger. Well, since you want to see my king level martial technique, I'll show you. However, the release of the king level martial technique will also be the arrival of your doom. Yama roared as if to vent the depression in his heart. Don't talk nonsense. I'm waiting to see. Ling Xiao hooked his finger, looking very calm. It was this calmness that made Yama very angry. He stopped talking nonsense and directly closed his eyes. Then, a sky full of light suddenly appeared above his head. These lights instantly condensed and turned into balls of lightning. A black thunderball. Primary King Tier secret technique. 3,000 fiendish thunder jade. As expected, the Soul race martial practitioners preferred Soul mystic arts. Although Yama's melee attacks weren't weak, that wasn't his forte. He didn't know if there were really 3,000 devil thunder jades in the sky. However, they were indeed densely packed and enveloped Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape at all. The Yama demon stood there, his eyes suddenly open as he watched all of this with cold indifference. He gently raised his hands, as if controlling the attack of the 3,000 devil thunder jades. With soul force combined with true essence, this Yama was worthy of being called a Spirita's genius. His strength was truly not to be underestimated. However, Ling Xiao discovered something. Among the 3,000 devil thunder jades, there was only one that could truly cause damage. Everything else was a pretense. Of course, this was seen through the Taiji eye. If it were others, they wouldn't be able to recognize it at all. The final result could be imagined. In the eyes of most people, there was no difference between the 3,000 devil thunder jades. Each one was incomparably real. Each one could cause great damage. But it just so happened that Ling Xiao was the nemesis of this kind of camouflage. There was no camouflage that could escape his Taiji eye. Boom! The 3,000 devil thunder jades exploded at the same time, charging toward Ling Xiao. At the same time, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. Another figure emerged from the bottom of the water, holding the bloodthirsty demon sword in his hand. Condensing the Soul Exalt Spirit Heaven sword art, he charged toward Yama. Everyone's attention was on the sky. The Devil Thunder Jades had already completely enveloped Ling Xiao. Everyone was guessing how Ling Xiao would resist, or how to escape, but no one realized that Ling Xiao actually used the characteristics of the Canopy Beast Soul to sneak attack Yama from the bottom of the water. When a terrifying murderous aura attacked from the bottom of the water, only then did the Yama devil react. What? He was really taken aback, because he didn't know how Ling Xiao could avoid the attack of his 3,000 devil thunder jades. One had to know that the 3,000 devil thunder jades were enveloped in a circular shape, including the bottom of the water. Unless Ling Xiao saw through the essence of the 3,000 devil thunder jades, he could avoid the only point of attack. But how was that possible? The bloodthirsty demon sword revealed a bloodthirsty aura, dense and terrifying. Yama knew that this must be a king-level martial technique. He didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used his movement technique and frantically retreated. As one of the Soul Palace's 3 demons, as the grandson of Yan Shifeng, he still had a good movement technique. The king-level movement technique allowed him to instantly turn into a cloud of black smoke, frantically retreating. Kill! Ling Xiao's sword didn't stop because of his sudden retreat. The Soul Exalt Spirit Heaven sword art released a sharp sword intent, piercing Yama's soul realm. The Yama screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He almost fell out of the black smoke. It wasn't that Yama was too weak, but that Ling Xiao was too cunning. Even if Yama was at the heaven-changing fate realm, he was caught off guard by Ling Xiao's sneak attack. There wasn't much he could do. Being able to keep his little life was already very good. Drip, drip, drip. Blood dripped from Yama's mouth, dyeing the water under his feet red. Yama's face was shocked and angry. How could you know the secret of the 3,000 Devil Thunder Jades? And even if you knew, how did you determine the real point of attack? Yama wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked coldly, "Hee, are you stupid? If you admit defeat now, I might tell you, but we're still fighting." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I admit that you're stronger than me, so I had to use all kinds of methods to make you make a mistake. If you can't kill me with certainty, then the one who will be played to death today will definitely be you." The current Ling Xiao was just like a hunter, while Yama was more like a ferocious wild beast. If it was a head-on clash, the hunter was naturally not the wild beast's match. But the hunter had brains, regardless of whether it was a trap or a mechanism. All in all, to be able to play a ferocious wild beast to death, that was a good hunter. "Humph, you finally admitted that you're not as strong as me," Yama said with a cold snort. "Yeah, so what if I admit it? I've killed martial artists stronger than me before, more than hundreds and thousands. So what if you're strong? If you don't have brains, you're just a crazy wild boar." Ling Xiao said mockingly, "Why you actually dare to say that I'm a wild boar too?" Yama already could not control himself. He was a person of high status and authority to begin with. He valued face more than anything else. Now, there was actually a trash who dared to say that he was a wild boar. It was impossible for him not to be furious. The frenzied him finally took out his most terrifying trump card, the soul-extinguishing sword. Sure enough, Yan Shifeng even gave the soul-extinguishing sword, that kind of treasure, to Yama. That's a treasure-grade Emperor artifact. Once the soul-extinguishing sword is unleashed, how can Ling Xiao possibly still have chances of winning? As the saying goes, one force defeats 10. Even if that brat's brain is any smarter, it's also of no use. Hear that, right? Wail, your heart is wailing. Yama wielded the soul-extinguishing sword in his hand, just like a terrifying fiend god. Soul-extinguishing sword coupled with desolate sword art, you absolutely have no possibility of living. Chapter 34:14. The power of desolation was a power that could destroy anything. Everyone could see that the soul-extinguishing sword was emanating a will of desolation. The lake suddenly turned into stagnant water. The fish in the water floated up, belly up, and then turned into skeletons. How terrifying! Everyone was trembling with fear. Darkfrost was equally worried. Ling Xiao's forehead was beaded with sweat, but his expression didn't change. Should he use the tyrant martial soul now? Or the bloodrat devil? No, it wasn't time yet. If he didn't make a breakthrough, he definitely wouldn't use those two powers. He had also realized that after reaching the 7th level of life seizing, it was much more difficult to make breakthroughs. Even if he had enough power, he wouldn't be able to break through. Ling Xiao wanted to break through. Therefore, he had to find a way out of this predicament. What was there to be afraid of? Even if he died, he could still use life reversal. It was worth a gamble. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he gritted his teeth and faced Yama. "Prepare to die. Ling Xiao, desolate sword incantation, life-reaping sword." With a shake of the soul-extinguishing sword in his hand, Hell Demon's figure flickered as his soul force and true Yuan merged into the soul-extinguishing sword. The desolate sword incantation was a martial technique that relied on soul power and true energy to complement each other. It was more suitable for spiritkin cultivators. However, it was more suitable for human cultivators with powerful soul power. For example, Ling Xiao. Therefore, Ling Xiao was very interested in the Desolate Sword incantation. If he could get it, that would be for the best. After all, it would give him another powerful martial technique and give his powerful soul power a second chance. Time to go all out. Facing Yama's attack, Ling Xiao didn't plan on dodging. There was no point in dodging. If he dodged, the pressure wouldn't be great enough, and the threat wouldn't be great enough to break through. Revered Ice Sword incantation. Revered Fire Sword incantation. Ice and Fire fuse. Dual swords attack. It was 10 times as powerful as an elementary king-class martial technique. Of course, it still couldn't make up for the difference in cultivation base. But at the very least, he would be able to block Yama's attacks and not be killed. Rumble! A terrifying explosion erupted above the Xuanwu Lake. Huge waves that were more than 10 meters high rose from the surface of the water. Then, the two figures retreated almost at the same time. However, this time, Yama only retreated 2 or 3 steps. However, Ling Xiao was sent flying dozens of meters away. The difference between them was obvious. Yama was stunned. He thought that as long as he used the Desolate Sword technique and the Soul Extinguishing Sword, it would be enough to kill Ling Xiao. But what was going on with Ling Xiao's martial technique just now? The two moves were unleashed simultaneously, but it felt as if their power had not only increased by twofold, but even more. Perhaps Ling Xiao won't lose this battle so quickly. Someone said, his combat skills are truly brilliant. Unfortunately, even with such brilliant combat skills, he still doesn't stand a chance against the Yama Devils. Many people had already realized that Ling Xiao was extraordinary, but they still felt that it was meaningless. It could only delay Ling Xiao's death. Other than that, it was useless. Good. Let's see how many times you can block. Yama sneered. He knew that he had the upper hand at this time, but he didn't know that Ling Xiao was deliberately trying to fight him head-on. Otherwise, with his intellect, he would not even know how he died after being played by Ling Xiao. Next, Yama began to attack continuously, and Ling Xiao was desperately resisting. Because of the breakthrough in cultivation base, Ling Xiao's true essence had greatly increased. For Ling Xiao, the two swords could be used continuously. Although the consumption was still relatively large, he could maintain it with the help of pills. At least, there was no problem for him to maintain it for a few hours. On the surface of the lake, waves were constantly rising. One was desperately resisting. One was desperately attacking. The two of them kept colliding with each other in extremely fast movements. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes had passed. Incredible! That Ling Xiao is really good at enduring. He's been hit so many times, and yet he's still holding on. If you look closely, it looks like he's blocking all of Yama's attacks. What's the point? He's a 7th Division life-sizer. There's no way his true essence can't compare to Yama, who's in the heaven-seizing, fate-exchanging level. If things keep going on like this, he's definitely going to die. Of course, no one knew what Ling Xiao was doing. As far as Ling Xiao was concerned, this was a wild gamble that he couldn't afford to lose. If he lost, he might lose everything. He might even lose his life. If he won, he would have everything. He could sense that Yama's frenzied attacks were causing cracks to appear in his cultivation base barrier, and those cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Eventually, they became the gateway to a breakthrough. By now, the gateway was already halfway open. Up in the sky, tribulation, lightning seemed to be brewing. But because the battle was in full swing, no one noticed. And even if they did, they probably wouldn't think that it was tribulation lightning. How troublesome! Yama was already panting. Of course, Ling Xiao's condition was even worse than his. Not only that, but Ling Xiao's body was riddled with injuries. Even two of his ribs were broken due to the strong impact. The pain made him feel very uncomfortable. Thankfully, his body's regenerative abilities were strong. Minor injuries could be healed in a matter of seconds. Even broken ribs could be healed in a short period of time. That was one of the benefits of the king-level Xuanwu divine body. All I can say is that your attacks aren't strong enough. Panting, Ling Xiao swallowed a few more medicinal pills. That was one of his advantages as a doctor. He had a huge advantage that others couldn't achieve. He could eat as many medicinal pills as he wanted. Is that so? Then I'll let you try something even stronger. Yama's eyes flashed with a cold light. The soul-extinguishing sword in his hand radiated an even more sinister sword energy. The terrifying sword intent caused the spectators on the shore to tremble in fear. Desolate sword incantation, sword of death. This was the second form of the desolate sword incantation, and it was filled with the aura of death. It was even more domineering than the life-reaping sword, and even more ferocious. Frenzied power converged on this attack. Yama was like a peerless sword devil. Sword light flashed, and the wind and clouds stirred. Black tortoise lake, and waves rose to the heavens. The sword energy of the soul-extinguishing sword was like a god of death from hell. The aura of death completely enveloped Ling Xiao. So scary. Ling Xiao frowned. He had to admit that the sword of death was many times stronger than the life-reaping sword. There was no way to defend against two swords. That said, it was also an opportunity. If this sword attack was strong enough, it might be able to open the door to a breakthrough and allow him to step into the 8th level of life seizing. Bring it on. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. 3 swords appeared at the same time, then merged into the western domain map of the Great Tombs. Revered Flame's Heaven-Scorching Sword, Revered Ice's Heaven-Freezing Sword, Revered Soul's Heaven-Spirit Sword. 3 swords combined. Kill. The Sword of Death once again collided with the combined attack of the 3 swords in the void. The terrifying explosion caused nearly a third of the water in Lake Xuanwu to fly up into the air. People could even see what was happening at the bottom of the lake. Chapter 34:15. The collision this time was too amazing. The attack power of both sides had reached an unimaginable level. It's too abnormal. Yeah, what's that? 3 sword moves merged into one. The power should be at least 10 times stronger, right? Tisk TSK, we really underestimated this Ling Xiao. That's right. Every time we thought he was going to die, he always brings us a huge surprise. Ming Shuang's eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. She knew what Ling Xiao was doing, but because she cared too much about Ling Xiao, she was even more worried. As the saying goes, too much concern makes one confused. Fortunately, she still had the last bit of willpower and didn't immediately rush out to help Ling Xiao. Once she rushed out, she was afraid that today's battle could only be considered as Ling Xiao's failure. Work hard, Brother Ling Xiao, I know you can do it. Dark frost gritted her teeth, and there were already bloodstains on her 2 small hands. Because she used too much strength, Yama's arms were constantly trembling. As Ling Xiao's opponent, his feelings were the most obvious. He could obviously suppress his opponent, but he couldn't defeat him. What kind of feeling was this? It was too sullen. And what shocked him the most was that he held the soul-extinguishing sword and used the second move of the Baron Sword tactics, but he still couldn't kill Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao seemed to always have a way to resist his attack. Although every time he was blasted dozens of meters away, or even hundreds of meters away. Although every time he seemed to be injured. But when he fought again, many of his injuries had healed. Could it be that you have an immortal body? Yama simply felt a little depressed, extremely depressed. You said that. Ling Xiao smiled, Today's battle may be over soon. He looked at the sky. Black clouds pressed down. The terrifying thunder tribulation finally arrived. The door of breakthrough had been completely opened. He's going to break through. Yan Shifeng suddenly stood up. He absolutely didn't expect this situation. The current Ling Xiao was so difficult to deal with. If he let Ling Xiao break through, what would happen? He couldn't imagine. Kill him, quick. Absolutely can't let him break through. Yan Shifeng shouted loudly. Yama also noticed that there was a thunder tribulation brewing in the sky, and it felt very powerful. He knew that his grandfather was right. He must kill Ling Xiao before he broke through. Otherwise, once he broke through, he would completely lose his chance. Yama raised the soul-extinguishing sword. The Baron sword art had a total of 4 moves, and he had only learned the first 3. He had originally planned to use the 3rd move as a last resort, but now it should be used. Baron sword tactics, sword. Extinction was more terrifying than death. Death seemed much gentler in the face of extinction. Before the sword was even unleashed, it had already brought about an earth-shattering destructive intent. At this moment, the first wave of thunder tribulation fell. Using my body to control the divine thunder, blast it to death. Everyone thought that this was the best time for Yama to attack. However, no one expected the next change. They were dumbfounded. Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to welcome the divine thunder. He integrated the divine thunder into his body and then released it. The terrifying demonic thunder arrived in front of Yama in an instant. Yama wanted to dodge, but he didn't have a chance. The speed of the thunder and lightning was too fast, not to mention the natural thunder. Borrowing the momentum, controlling the thunder. This guy's mastery of skills has surpassed us. In the darkness, the 3 ancestors of the Hall of Souls couldn't help but stand up. Even they were shocked by Ling Xiao's talent. The demonic thunder hit Yama. Yama screamed. The attack that he had just condensed shattered. Although he wasn't seriously injured, there were many burn marks on his body. How is this even possible? He's only a 7th division life-sizer. He just broke through to the 8th division. How could he have such terrifying tribulation lightning? Yama was completely shocked. That was demonic lightning, and it was 9-fold demonic lightning. Grandson, you have to be careful. His next tribulation lightning bolts are going to get stronger and stronger. Yan Shifeng wanted to help, but in the end didn't. Dark Frost was there, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to succeed. No way. When I reached the heaven-seizing, life-saving level, I only had to deal with 10 waves of mortal lightning. He broke through to the 8th division of life-seizing, and now he has to deal with 9 waves of demonic lightning? This is unbelievable. Yen, Mo didn't believe it, but the pain he felt when the demonic lightning struck his body was absolutely real. It was completely absurd. By this point, he was already starting to panic. He stared blankly at Ling Xiao, wondering if this guy was really human. See, I was right. Ling Xiao killed King Mirror Devil and defeated King Koi. Don't tell me the rumors are true. Aren't they just rumors? Just what kind of freak did our exalted Yama encounter this time? The Soul Hall martial artists were starting to worry about Yama. They couldn't help but worry. After all, Ling Xiao was using tribulation lightning as his weapon. Every time a bolt of tribulation lightning struck, it would temper his body, and he would use it to attack. Then he would attack Yama. His goal was to ensure that Yama didn't have a chance to attack him while he was breaking through. Once again, the battle was in a deadlock. However, this time, Yama was the one who was nervous. Meanwhile, on the other side, the bored outer sanctum disciples were sitting around chatting. As far as they were concerned, the Soul Hall was as calm as ever. In fact, the The rumbling sounds coming from the direction of Lake Xuanwu got them excited. However, the higher-ups of the inner sanctum had ordered them not to leave their posts, so they could only sit around and chat. I wonder what they're guarding. Who would dare to make a move against the Soul Hall in the Green Quarter? That's right. The inner sanctum martial artists have all gone to watch the battle. We're just wasting time here. It's so boring. While they were talking, they didn't notice that a palm-sized golden bird had flown across the sky and landed in the empty inner sanctum. Xiao Jin had woken up last night. Furthermore, Xiao Jin's strength had soared to the heaven-changing fate realm. The things he had devoured last time had really helped him a lot. The reason why he had appeared in the Soul Hall was naturally for Darkfrost's life soul. He wasn't sure if the life soul was with those old guys or hidden in the Soul Hall. Therefore, under Ling Zhao's arrangement, Xiao Jin snuck into the Soul Hall to look for the life soul. If he found it, he would naturally steal it. In the Green Quarter, the Soul Hall martial artists didn't know about Xiao Jin's existence. This was definitely an extremely advantageous situation for Ling Xiao. Back on the Xuanwu Lake battlefield, the terrifying demonic lightning tribulation was left with the last bolt. A victorious smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. I don't know if Xiao Jin is doing well, but I'm going to win this battle. Chapter 34:16. Rumble. Terrifying rumbling sounds echoed out one last time. Ling Zhao's aura had just undergone a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformation. He finally broke through. Yan Shifeng and the others from the Soul Hall all had very unsightly expressions on their faces. Back when Ling Xiao was only in the 7th division of life seizing, he had been able to block Yama's frenzied attacks. Now that he was in the 8th division of life seizing, how terrifying would he be? The neutral martial artists were all completely shocked. Who could ever have guessed that something like this would happen? Yama had fought bitterly, and although he had the upper hand, he still wasn't able to defeat Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao had achieved a breakthrough. What was going on? Everyone was completely flabbergasted. Dark Frost was the only one who was smiling, a radiant smile on her face. She didn't have a fate soul, so it was rare for her to smile like this. Ling Xiao had said that once he broke through to the 8th division of life seizing, he would be able to transform with the help of his unbounded heavenly rat. That would give him power that was infinitely close to the heaven-seizing, fate-changing level. And if he could use some special divine abilities, defeating Yama wouldn't be a problem at all. So what if you broke through? You're still an 8th division, life-seizing piece of trash. You think you can beat me? Moments ago, Yama had been struggling to deal with Ling Zhao's tribulation lightning. But now, the tribulation had stopped. He felt that it was time to end the fight. He hadn't been able to unleash the 3rd stance of the Desolate Sword incantation. Now that his opponent was free of tribulation lightning, he could use it without fear. You're all talk, aren't you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. I'm only in the 7th division of life seizing, and you can't even kill me. Now that I'm in the 8th division, there's no reason for you to be so mysterious. How arrogant! Let's see how strong you are now. With a cold snort, Yama waved his soul-extinguishing sword. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the life-reaping sword. Although the life-reaping sword wasn't as powerful as the sword of death or sword of extermination, it was fast and didn't consume much energy. Of course, its power would not be weak either. As soon as the life-reaping sword appeared, the air was filled with a chilling sword chi. The black Tortoise Lake's water exploded, filling the sky. Ling Xiao smiled as he held the Ice Supreme Sword in his hand. He casually waved his hand. Cold air danced in the air. The rising waves actually froze in an instant. Venerable Ice performed the Frozen Sky Sword, art alone. This time, Ling Xiao did not use 2 or 3 swords. because he wanted to test his strength after the breakthrough. The icy cold air instantly enveloped the sword chi of the life-reaping sword. A terrifying energy suddenly erupted. Yama's life-reaping sword was almost sent flying. The remaining icy sword energy pierced towards Yama's body. Impossible! He only broke through a realm. How did he become so terrifying? As he roared, the Yama devil thought. A ball of lightning fell and shattered the remaining icy sword chi. Although he wasn't injured. Just now, Ling Xiao had needed to use 2 swords to block his life-reaping sword. But now, a single sword strike was enough to suppress his life-reaping sword. This caused the Yama to be extremely shocked. So strong. That's not an 8th division life-sizer. He's actually in the heaven-seizing, fate-exchanging level. A genius. He's a genius. And he's not just an ordinary genius. He's a freak. Countless onlookers were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They simply couldn't wrap their heads around the fact that Ling Xiao, who had just been taking a beating, had suddenly become so terrifying after breaking through. Of course, the leaders of the inner sanctum couldn't accept it. Naturally, they supported Yama. After all, Yama was on their side. After all, they wanted to acquire the legacy of the Ice Emperor. And yet, as of this moment, their self-confidence was completely shattered. Ling Xiao, who was only in the 8th division of life seizing, had become so terrifying. None of them could ever have guessed that something like this would happen. It seems Ling Xiao's secret isn't just the legacy of the Ice Emperor. Perhaps the legacy of the Ice Emperor is just icing on the cake. What's truly frightening is something else. Yan Shifeng's brow furrowed. For the first time, he realized that offending Ling Xiao had been a very unwise move. The truth was that he had guessed right. Ling Xiao's greatest trump card was his martial soul of tyrants. Other than that, everything else was just icing on the cake. What he needed was something that could make him stronger, not something that could keep him safe. Perhaps only the martial soul of tyrants would be able to accompany him to the end. Yan Shifeng, it seems Yama is going to lose. Should we continue with the plan? The Ice Devil asked coldly from within the darkness. Lose? Patriarch, you worry too much. Yan Shifeng chuckled. Yama hasn't revealed his final trump card yet. Back when he was cultivating that martial art, he used the life crystals of several 9th division life seizers. He should have succeeded by now. That would be for the best, Fire Devil said coldly. However, regardless of how the fight between Ling Xiao and Yama turns out, we still have to proceed with the plan. The legacy of the Soul Emperor can't fall into that brat's hands. There's no need for the Dark Frost to exist anymore. That's right, Patriarch Thunderdevil said, nodding. Although the 3 of them hadn't revealed their true forms, they had always existed within something that could slow down their aging and prolong their feeble existence. If they fought, their life force would age even faster. Don't worry, Patriarchs, Yang Qi said. Today's plan won't change based on the result of the fight between Yama and Ling Xiao. However, if Yama wins, that would be even better. That would make Dark Frost even easier to deal with. Yan Shifeng said. Meanwhile, back on Lake Xuanwu, Yama had already begun his transformation. His body was turning bright red, just like the body of a bloodthirster. It was both ugly and ferocious. I admit, brat, you're qualified to make me use all my strength. However, once I use my final trump card, you won't have any hope left. Yama's expression grew more and more ferocious, and his entire person began to radiate a bloodthirsty aura. I remember someone saying that my beast soul transformation doesn't look like a human's. But now it seems you're the one who's neither human nor ghost. Ling Xiao could sense Yama's strength rising as he watched Yama transform. Of course, It couldn't compare to his beast soul transformation. Yang Qi guessed it was some sort of secret magic or body refinement technique. However, he had never seen such a terrifying body refinement technique before. Today was the first time. But was he afraid? What a joke! Yama certainly didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking. After the transformation, he felt as if he had become a different person. His lost confidence was restored once again. The soul-extinguishing sword in his hand bloomed with an incomparably evil aura. Ling Xiao had made him lose face. He had to regain his face through the next battle. Otherwise, he would only become a laughingstock. Chapter 34:17. After the bloodthirsty transformation, all of Yama's combat strength would increase nearly twofold. Furthermore, the more injured he was, the more ferocious his combat strength would be. This was precisely the effect he obtained by implanting the bloodthirster's characteristic into his body. Even if he became a monster, he still wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, wanted Ling Xiao to die. Looking at Yama's various changes, Ling Xiao could not help secretly laughing. Your father even killed the king of bloodthirsters. You merely implanted the bloodthirster's gene. You think you can beat me? What a joke! You painstakingly turned yourself into a monster in order to defeat me, but you don't know that everything you did was in vain. Die! Ling Xiao, Desolate Sword Art's third move, Sword of Extinction. Finally, Yama still displayed the Desolate Sword Art's third move. To him, this was like the final strike of his madness. The Sword of Extinction was indeed powerful. The distance was still 20 to 30 meters, but Ling Xiao already felt that dense, murderous aura emitted from the soul-extinguishing sword. He felt that his skin produced bursts of piercing pain. Yama's figure rapidly approached Ling Xiao. Everyone's eyes were glued to this attack, because perhaps this attack would be the end of today's battle. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent in the slightest, urging his true essence. The Ice Supreme Sword and Fire Supreme Sword appeared at the same time. The air was filled with the smell of ice and fire. The two swords merged into the western region god Tu map, then suddenly appeared again. Ling Xiao could feel the power of the other party's sword move, but the current him was even stronger. Two swords unleashing together could already produce extremely terrifying destructive power. He believed that it was absolutely not something that Yama's Desolate Sword Art could compare to. In the Soul Hall, there were many people with keen eyesight. At this time, their brows furrowed slightly. Lung Chuyan said coldly, "Sure enough. What's not wrong?" Yan Shifeng asked. These two swords he used, as well as two sword techniques, all contain the Ancient Sword Emperor's aura. We all know that the Ancient Sword Emperor can split into 9. His two sword techniques clearly represented Supreme Flame and Supreme Ice. There is no doubt about that, Lung Chuyan said coldly. As expected, he has already obtained something of the Ancient Sword Emperor. If that's the case, he's even more worth killing. If that's the case, then the bloodthirsty demon sword had the aura of a soul exalt. He also obtained the 7-star sword from the old ancestor, which also has the aura of a 7-star emperor. Yan Shifeng frowned and said, "No wonder he's so powerful. Even without the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he can still suppress Yama. I understand. Get ready to carry out the plan. Darkfrost is watching intently now. You can get close to her. As for the others, they should also start preparing for the eradication plan." Several of Darkfrost's trusted subordinates in the outer palace were called over today. Let's get rid of them together. Lung Chuyan said coldly. Understood. Yan Shifeng gave a look to the inner palace's upper echelons, then stood up himself and walked to the lakeside. In the eyes of others, his actions were only to prevent Yama from being killed. They did not think that he would target Darkfrost, so no one cared. On Black Tortoise Lake, Yama's attack had already appeared in front of Ling Xiao. To Yama, this was the final fight. If he was still unable to use the strongest extinction sword to kill Ling Xiao under the bloodthirsty transformation, then he would really be helpless. The air was suffused with the aura of extinction. Yama's eyes flickered with a vicious and cruel light. Being able to make me use the bloodthirsty transformation and extinction sword, you can really be proud. But it ends here today. Amidst the furious roar, the soul extinction sword energy already stabbed Ling Xiao's body. The fierce wind brought about by the sword energy blew Ling Xiao's clothes and made Ling Xiao's black hair dance wildly. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a mocking smile. What's the point of your bloodthirsty transformation? Sun God's ability, bloodthirsty plague. The bloodthirsty plague that even the undead king could not resist was finally displayed in Ling Xiao's hands. Although the destructive power of this move was not great, it could often turn defeat into victory at critical moments. It could even make the opponent helpless. In just an instant, a huge blood rat phantom flew out from Ling Xiao's body. This blood rat exploded in the void and then enveloped Yama. The Yama demon's body was already riddled with wounds. Being enveloped by the bloodthirsty plague, the plague germs entered his body through the wounds. Yama, who had still maintained a cruel smile, suddenly changed his expression. What the hell is this? Almost every martial practitioner who had been controlled by the bloodthirsty rat plague would let out such a shocked cry. There was nothing to be done about it. The bloodthirsty plague was the bloodthirsty plague, and it was something that could shock and awe its enemies. Ling Xiao didn't care what Yama was thinking. His two swords, which he had been preparing for this moment, attacked. Revered ice's frigid heavens sword art. Revered fire's scorching heavens sword art. Ice and fire fused, and the two swords slashed out. In that moment, heaven and earth seemed to transform into an inferno. The power of ice and fire exploded in the void. The sword energy of the sword of extermination was being destroyed layer by layer. It was as if it had encountered its nemesis and was completely powerless to fight back. After all, before breaking through to the 8th stage of life seizing, Ling Xiao had been able to use both swords to fight Yama. Now that he had broken through, he was 10 times as strong as before. He was almost as strong as the heaven-seizing fate-exchanging level. And then there was the bloodthirsty plague's effect on Yama. The power of the two swords was incomparably domineering. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, they destroyed Yama's attack, and then continued on toward Yama. Another explosion rocked Lake Xuanwu. The waves were dozens of meters high. The demonlings beneath the surface of the lake were trembling in fear as they watched the battle between the two monsters on the surface of the lake. They were scared out of their wits. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Is this what happens when experts in the heaven-seizing, fate-exchanging level fight? How terrifying is that samsara deity, realm martial artist? Most people knew that reincarnation gods were powerful, but had never actually seen one in action. Because of that, it wasn't easy to tell. But now that they saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Yama, they could more or less guess. Rumble! The remaining sword chi of ice and fire slammed into Yen Mo's body. Yen Mo was sent flying like a kite with a broken string and fell directly into the lake. Blood dyed the lake red. Yama's injuries were clearly not light, and yet he was still able to stand. However, when he did, he cut a very sorry figure. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yama shook his head. His bloodthirsty transformation was already riddled with wounds. However, due to the effects of the bloodthirst transformation, although his injuries were not light, his strength was still increasing, although it wasn't as much as the king of the bloodthirsty clans. Yama simply couldn't believe that his sword of extermination, his most powerful sword, would lose to Ling Xiao. That was the most unacceptable thing he could accept. It was as if his last straw of hope had been snatched away from him. It was a feeling that filled him with despair and anger,